I would have got my mom said about 3 to 4 miles from here. I'm just going to show up there.
All right, folks, it's time for us to get into our places. We need to, I have some preliminary information to provide you. We have over 100 speakers today, so we will try to keep on track. First, I'd like to introduce the members at the front table. We have Debbie Windsor, who is a board member and represents District 30. District 4, we have Ms. Amy Minton, and your district is 3. I'm Nancy Pack, Director of the Alabama Public Library Service. We have Ron Snyder, and Ron, your district is 1. We have Ben Albritton with the AG's office here with us today. And we have a court reporter here today that will be taking testimony and will be transcribing it for us. We need to get some preliminaries done in case we have a fire in this building. We have 2 exit doors. You will need to either exit that way and follow the procedure out and the crowd out. In the back of the building, we have a parking space that has a sign on it marked B. You would need to go stand in that area. And the alternative route is we have a stairwell that walks to the very back of the APLS parking lot, and you would need to go there. We will have to take a head count if we do have a fire alarm going on, and safety is our very first thing to know about anything that's going on. We do have bathrooms. They are down the hallway, and on your left, across from those bathrooms, there is a water fountain where you can access water. Okay, you will be allowed to speak 3 minutes. I have a list. I will call you up. You will walk to the mic, and you will do your presentation. And Matt, will you show how the 3-minute time clock will work?
Put 3 minutes on the clock, it will count down, and then I'll show you the last 5 seconds it will tick off, and then there'll be a buzzer.
And first and foremost, welcome to APLS. We're glad to see so many here who express their opinions on a very public matter. We hope that you will enjoy the hearing as much as possible, and it's going to be a long day. And we do appreciate you coming in, and we will have 2 breaks. We'll have a break for the report reporter and everyone to get up and stretch in about 2 hours, which will be at 12 o'clock. And then we will be taking lunch break from 1 o'clock to 1:30. And then we'll start back with the hearing. Are there, yes ma'am.
Are we allowed to take questions for a second? Are you taking a question?
No ma'am, this is a hearing and it's only taking public information. The board.
I was just gonna ask if all board members were present, that's all.
Oh no, not all board members are present. We have 3 that are absent. Jaria, Martin, Angela Stokes, and Michelle Hughes are absent. But they will have access to the recorded, and John Wall is not here. They will have access to the recorded minutes from the proceedings of the hearing, and plus they'll have access to all the letters that we have received so far. And it is, all right, we have, yes.
I understood that we could video record it all, but nobody could read. Is that correct?
Mr. Ben, would you answer that question, please? It's up to you. I don't know where all the information is coming from because APLS has not put out much information on that. Okay, any other questions before we start the procedure? All right, our first presenter is Amy Moore.
Good morning.
You may want to lower the mic, ma'am.
Traditionally, when one thinks of a public library, a peaceful refuge full of knowledge, technology, and a welcoming staff all come to mind. Until recently, public libraries have been the least of Alabama's problems. That's how it should remain, but here we are. I stand before you today to speak against HB 385, HB 425, and the proposed amendments to the APLS code. Non-compliance threatens our state funding, cripple grant opportunities, and a reduction in both APLS staff and programs. How ironic that these happen to be the three major components of any successful public library system. Even after disassociating from the ALA, APLS's budget still got cut. APLS board of directors that have opposed to what is happening have been removed and replaced by Governor Ivey. So a change in policies and procedures on the local level doesn't appear to be enough either. Allowing anyone to walk into a public library across the state, deem materials obscene according to their own interpretation of the obscenity law, and demand its removal is censorship. You see, our budget only allows for the purchase of books and materials requested by patrons. We will be forced to turn away donated books as well. We do not have the physical space, funds, nor the staff to identify and relocate physical and digital materials that fall under the new and ambiguous definition of obscenity. So where will the resources to help us become compliant come from? In the wise words of Thomas Cromwell, we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. It seems the only things for certain are taking away critical funding, cutting resources, and giving library personnel criminal records with jail time and fines to pay. As if our judicial system wasn't already strained enough, get ready for a whole new backlog of criminal and civil lawsuits coming to a courtroom near you. Our state has an unpleasant history of discriminating against basic civil rights and liberties. When will we finally break that cycle once and for all? As a survivor of years of child abuse, domestic violence, and sexual battery as a minor, the public library that I am now the director of was my sanctuary as a child. Think about that. We will soon be forced to turn away those under 19 if not accompanied by a parent, deny a patron's request to purchase a book because it falls outside the new perimeters, and no longer be a young person's safe place from the outside world. That I find not only a tragedy, but offensive.
Ms. Moore, would you identify your district or your,
Grovefield Public Library.
okay? Grovefield Public Library. Our next speaker is Andrew Foster. And would you identify your location?
Andrew Foster, my library was Parental Public Library. Good morning. As a library professional, I've come to speak today because I have the training and experience to recognize what these admin code changes will do to Alabama's libraries. Pulling the quote directly from the APLS webpage, quote, APLS is a state agency that is empowered to advise all established public libraries, end quote. APLS is empowered to advise and support libraries. That's the mission of the organization. This is accomplished by sharing resources and advising what policies libraries should develop and other standards libraries in our state should meet. In turn, APLS provides state aid funding to act as incentive to follow these standards, and the funding provided is instrumental for running all the most well-funded libraries in the state. Changes have been recommended to 3 sections of the admin code for today. I'd like to quickly cover each. First calls for libraries to have additional written policies. To be clear, I do agree with the implementation of additional policies. However, what I disagree with is the clear bias in the language used in these changes. The admin code policies, as they are now, are written in clear, neutral language. This neutrality allows local libraries to make their own decisions on how to implement this requirement and leaves APLS as an advisory body rather than a dictatorial one. Rather than the present wording, I'd ask that you make changes to call for Alabama libraries to have a reconsideration of materials policy and a display policy. Many already do, but this change would address the same points as the current proposal while maintaining the same clear, neutral wording that allows local library boards to set their own standards and stay in line with this current code. The second proposed amendment, exercising discretion, etc., changes an important section of the admin code, one that states that libraries do not discriminate against their patronage, into a farcical justification. I don't believe that changes are needed to this section other than perhaps updating the wording to match current federal discrimination standards, but if changes must be made to protect the children, as the current justification is, place that responsibility firmly in parental hands. The job of the library is not to enforce personal moralities onto our communities. Finally, we have a change that specifically targets an organization, in this case, the American Library Association. To be frank, this proposed amendment is an embarrassment. Public library boards already approved the expenditure of all funds in an open public meeting. Especially target one organization shows incredible bias. Will we add other organizations or businesses to the list when they offend us? Will our next target be vendors that our libraries purchase materials from, such as Ingram, Baker and Taylor, Midwest Tapes, because they've been deemed too liberal in what materials they offer? Are we going to target businesses such as Oriental Trading, Walmart, or Target, where libraries go to get their supplies? I don't know of any way to redeem this if we're targeting specific organizations and businesses in our admin code. The role of APLS, as I said before, is to advise on policy, not to dictate specific policy for local libraries. I ask that the board keep that in mind while considering this.
Okay, we do have our rules of conduct on the wall, and I've been asked to say that, you know, after the speaker, please no applause, no cheers, no boos, just, well, if you read our laws, our rules over here for the hearing, it says no applause or anything after the presenter speaks. So that goes in with heckling. Heckling is any kind of language after that. So please, the milk your side. Ryan, would you read the rules, please? And come to the mic, take the mic and read them.
Rule number 1 is to silence electronic devices. Please turn off or silence all cell phones and electronic devices during the hearing. Rule 2, no food or drink allowed. Rule 3, seating by speaking order, which I believe everyone has done. And then the rule that we're talking about is rule number 4, maintain quiet during proceedings. To ensure a focused and respectful atmosphere, please refrain from applause, cheers, or boos throughout the hearing.
I would like for the speaker, once we call them, to repronounce your name and what you're representing, or where you're from, or what district you're representing. The next speaker is Daisy Griffin.
My name is Daisy Griffin. I was born and raised in Pickens County, Alabama. I went to high school in Mobile, Alabama at the Alabama School of Math and Science. I received my bachelor's degree from Auburn University, and that's where I now reside with my husband and where we've raised our children, 2 of which are currently at universities in Alabama and 1 still in high school. I am here today because I value libraries and I trust librarians. Furthermore, I value the diversity of people found within our state, And I view the proposed changes to the Alabama State Code as a direct attack on my LGBTQIA family and loved ones. The books that are deemed inappropriate by Clean Up Alabama are the books that have LGBTQIA characters. It is not inappropriate for my children to see their characters that remind them of their gay uncles. It is not inappropriate for my gender fluid child to see a character that represents their story. It's not inappropriate for my children to see worldviews that are completely different than theirs. What is inappropriate is censorship by a state that doesn't trust parents to guide their own children. I don't need the state to censor my books. I value libraries and I trust librarians. A lot of the verbiage in the suggested changes is trying to shift power away from library staff and to library boards. And while library boards are incredibly valuable, they are not involved in the day-to-day aspects of a library. In fact, by this code, library boards are only required to meet 4 times a year. The proposed changes would not do service to the board members who volunteer their time or to the libraries they serve. Because library boards are not intended to function as staff, the qualifications to be a library board member are very low. In Auburn, where I live, the only qualification needed to be a board member is that you live in Auburn. You don't have to know a single thing about libraries, how they function, or how a budget works. So why then would we take decision-making away from our library professionals? Library staff are the people working with the community day in and day out to meet their needs. Library staff are the ones who have the training and the knowledge to make these choices. We need to value libraries and trust librarians. I understand that these changes were proposed at the behest of Governor Ivey, and I appreciate that a closer look at the situation was warranted. The Alabama Library Association, an organization made up of library professionals, has put forth an alternative proposal for changes that address Governor Ivey's concerns. Please consider the proposal by the Alabama Library Association and show that you value libraries and trust librarians. Thank you.
Angie Hayden.
Good morning, Angie Hayden, here for Read Freely, Alabama, and I am from Parental. Yesterday it was reported that at a recent meeting, Chair Ray Bowles admitted that he had been placed in position as the head of the newly stacked Prattville Library Board quietly and, quote, behind the scenes by, quote, someone at the state level in order to manipulate our library for political purposes. It would be an understatement to say that this is alarming. I am thrilled to see the level of support our libraries have from Alabama residents. I have personally never doubted it, always knew that these attacks on libraries and the diverse people they serve was led by a small and loud minority. I am relieved to see evidence of that today, and more than that, I'm thrilled to see that demonstrated so visibly to you and to all who are watching. I'm happy to see that most Alabama residents reject the lie that our library staff are providing pornography to children, and that most Alabama residents are intelligent enough to realize when they're being lied to and intentionally manipulated, and that when a book that was never in the children's library is read aloud and presented as being pushed on 8-year-olds, that they have the discernment to see that dishonesty, the ability to recognize when fear and hate are being ginned up for political gain. Most of all, I'm happy to see that the vast majority of Alabamians have no interest in opposing marginalized families and are prepared to stand up for their rights to representation. It has now been clearly demonstrated that Alabamians overwhelmingly reject these attacks on our freedom to access information, even if it may sometimes be information that some disagree with. And this is the foundation of free speech and equality. After all, if you are only interested in free speech and equality for the people who look like you and believe as you do, you are not interested in free speech or equality. You are interested in power, dominance, oppression, authoritarianism, and you're demanding that these things happen at the expense of others. You're willing to do harm to the teen who knows he's different, to the little girl with 2 mommies, and to those who have known discrimination you will never experience. However, it would also be an understatement to say that I have learned about the political process over the last year, and I would not be surprised to see this democratic process likewise manipulated, disrespected, and subverted. My hope is that won't be the case, that the officials we have entrusted will hear and honor the voice of the people they represent. If not, and if those in power are intent on dismissing the voice this process is meant to serve, it is my intention to make it as difficult as possible for them to do so unnoticed. I still believe that the best way to fight injustice is to continue to shine a light on it. Thank you to those of you who have served this board with honor, and I hope that you are allowed to continue to do so.
We have John Wall, our board member representing Fifth District, join us at this time. This is Mr. Wall. Our next speaker is Amber Fry.
I'm Amber Fry. I am a co-organizer of Read Freely Alabama. I'm also a homeschool mom. I feel like that's important to mention. I'd like to express my concern regarding the recent changes proposed to the Alabama Public Library Service Administration Code. As an advocate for accessible and diverse public library services, I find myself compelled to express my displeasure with the current state of the proposal. Libraries are an important part of our communities, serving as a place of knowledge, cultural exchange, and intellectual growth. The proposed administrative code changes, as currently written, threaten the integrity of what the library represents. These changes in their current form can undermine the fundamental structure that libraries are built on. One of the most disconcerting aspects of the proposed changes is the potential impact on library services. The language used is dangerously vague in reference to inappropriate materials. Who decides what's inappropriate? Libraries are establishments based on principles of intellectual freedom. Any attempt to curtail this freedom infringes upon the rights of patrons and parents like me to choose reading materials for our own families. Removing books about LGBTQ+ individuals and people of color from the libraries is not just an act of censorship, it is an act of violence against our most marginalized people. I've heard time and time again, this isn't about race, this isn't about gay books. What I've read on their website and in reconsideration forums on why these books should be removed from public libraries tells a different story. Things like contains harmful references of gender ideology and alternative sexuality, and contains contains divisive racial commentary. It's a little bit difficult to deny what that means, right? And I'm sure we will hear about how no one said that. To that I say, I'd like to remind you that the internet is forever. This code change, as written, perpetuates a denial of the diversity that makes us beautifully complex beings, each with our own stories and struggles. It is an attempt to change the narrative, an attempt to change history and the experience of marginalized people. These books are not just words on a page. They are windows into the lives of people who may not look or think like us. They are representation for the underrepresented. To remove them is to silence voices that fought tirelessly for acceptance, equality, and representation. It perpetuates ignorance and fosters a society built on exclusion and erasure. Every book removed is a story untold, a perspective silenced, and a piece of someone's identity denied. It's a profound injustice that goes against the very foundation of freedom of information.
Bob Parsons.
Morning, my name is Bob Parsons. I live in Auburn, Alabama. My wife Ashley and I have 4 boys. We are all avid readers and regular patrons of our public library. Auburn Public Library reflects our community at its best, celebrating our differences, serving everyone, fostering a love of learning, and fulfilling the promise of access to information for all people. Our library does this every day. My kids and I have spent countless hours at the library, attending events, researching the latest school project, or just browsing the collection for something cool to read. It's one of our favorite places, and the staff who work there are the kindest people you can meet. Hundreds upon hundreds of happy Auburn parents would enthusiastically agree with me. There is a fashionable trend in national politics these days to say stuff that simply isn't true, over and over again. And this manipulative trend has found its way down to our local non-partisan boards, commissions, and councils. It's happening in communities across this state and the country, where small numbers of people somehow feel emboldened to disparage others with whom they disagree, to demonize and falsely accuse. It's a disruptive practice, divisive, and plainly false, but it garners attention. I'm one of the fortunate people who can take time off work to come and speak in defense of my library and of the outstanding professionals who work there. There are thousands of parents like me who regularly patronize our local libraries, but who are unable to be here today. I trust library professionals in my town. They're responsive to patrons' concerns, and their policies demonstrate their willingness to make adjustments when necessary. Yet they are routinely, they are routinely being unfairly targeted, mischaracterized, and harassed by a few people who don't seem to understand what it means to live in a community. While I understand and support the need for oversight and accountability in all divisions of civic service, in the case of library collection policies, the pendulum has swung unnecessarily to the extreme and unreasonable. I hope and trust that this body will give serious consideration to the Alabama Library Association's counter-proposals in order to find reasonable common ground and compromise. That's what we do with democracy. Thank you.
Anna Reese.
For over a year now, there has been a debate over inappropriate material in publicly funded libraries. Even in this debate though, there has never been a valid or reasonable argument for why our children should be exposed to these harmful materials. So rather than address the issue, whether or not our children should be exposed to inappropriate and harmful materials, as one side is advocating for, and that's the only point, and the main point being made here is that we don't want our children exposed to harmful materials and sexual conduct in our publicly funded libraries. And yet, that answer has never been addressed from the other side. What has been addressed is freedom of speech, which is, although not the issue at hand, what has been the focus of the conversation. Let's not be distracted by these tactics. If we make this a free speech conversation, then that implies that our children have the same, our children have, that free speech applies to children in the same way that it applies to adults. This is why I don't ever write scripts, because I'm terrible at that, so I just need to go off that. Our children have freedom of speech in this country, but our children also have the right to be protected from developmentally inappropriate materials that will and can harm them. That has been proven time and time again from science, from pediatricians, from psychologists, and we're supposed to just ignore that in the name of free speech. This is why I want to address the free speech in that conversation today, and that way we can move forward to actually talk about the inappropriate materials that are harming our children. So I want to put that to rest here. So when we hear free speech, we're being argued and being told that unrestricted access is necessary for our children to have free speech. Unrestricted access. And to restrict access to any material whatsoever, no matter harmful, will be violating their freedom of speech. This is absurd and ridiculous. It is incommensurate with freedom of speech jurisprudence. And this is from an article by Michael Dudley that I recently read. It assumes that publicly funded libraries have no role as an agent of the state to guide information for our children based on their age level. It is incapable of imagining any circumstance where a certain material might be inappropriate or harmful for children.
It is not evidence-based and takes no into account the developing minds of children. And it is a politically coercive, has politically coercive consequences. Thanks.
Brittany Gallant.
Well, good morning. My name is Brittany Gallant, and I live in Ozark, Alabama. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding the proposed policy changes that would make funding for our public libraries contingent upon the materials those libraries carry within their respective collections. Before I delve into the specifics, allow me first to highlight a concerning fact. According to the most recent data compiled by the National Center for Education Statistics, Alabama currently boasts one of the lowest literacy rates in the United States at 76.1% and ranking 44th in the nation. That means there are 23.9% of Alabama citizens who cannot read or write well enough to function in everyday society. For your math experts out there, that is 1,212,686 people. Now, with this sobering reality in mind, I must inquire, how do we plan to rectify this issue if we intend to nickel and dime these vital community pillars over matters of personal or religious beliefs? It's counterintuitive. If we expect our libraries to uphold new rules that essentially circumvent parental responsibility for what materials their children consume, then it's crystal clear they need more funding, not less. Let's consider the bigger picture here. Libraries are not just repositories of books. They are sanctuaries of knowledge, diversity, and inclusion. They are where young minds are nurtured, where curious souls go to find answers, and where communities can come together. However, by constraining their ability to provide a diverse range of materials, we're not just limiting their resources, we're stunting their potential impact on their communities. I stand before you today not just as a concerned citizen or a book lover, but as a mother to two wonderful children. And I would pose a simple question, although I know none of you can answer, but who here can tell me anything about my children? Their ages, their names, their favorite colors? You can't. That silence speaks volumes. The truth is, you don't know my kids, and therefore you have less than zero right to try to parent them on my behalf, respectively. In closing, I urge this board to reconsider these proposed policy changes, and instead, I implore you to do the actual right thing, to support our libraries, to invest in our communities, and to ensure that every child in Alabama has access to the resources they need to not only survive, but to thrive. Thank you.
Next we have Swifty. Number 10. Is Swifty your number 10? Lori Hearing.
My name is Lori Herring. I am a retired pediatric RN of over 30 years, a retired homeschool mom, 28 years, a mom, a grandmom. I represent Eagle Forum of Alabama, and I live and work in Prattville. I work at the Prattville Library. The child and adolescent are not miniature adults. Contrary to what you may have heard, even the adolescent's physiology is vastly different in its reaction and response to sexually explicit material than a mature adult. Unlike mature adults who have the ability to react with a measured response, teens are not emotionally, physically, nor mentally ready to process exposure to sexually explicit material. Their reactions cause their body to release high levels of hormone including cortisol, which is a fight or flight hormone, and testosterone, which is also present in females as well as males. Unlike the transient effects seen in mature brains, the effect of the immature, still forming brain can be permanent. These changes include how the brain cells are organized, the heightened response of the sexual center of the brain, as well as an exaggerated aggressive reaction similar to what is seen in fight or flight syndromes. Repeated exposure to this material in adolescence can manifest itself in behavioral disorders in adult life, as an addiction, as mental health disorders, and a lack of self-regulation. The other crucial part of the brain negatively affected by exposure to porn is the cortex, the reasoning part of the brain, the frontal brain. Or to put it in another way, the emotional brakes of the brain. This section of the brain does not become mature until around 25 years old. Early exposure to sexually explicit material suppresses the appropriate behavioral inhibitions. This reaction makes it difficult to put the brakes on impulsive behavior. In the numerous studies I have used to prepare this speech, not one has listed a benefit to early exposure of porn on developing brain. Personally, I don't know anyone who reached mature adulthood and thought, gee, I wish I had been exposed to more porn as a kid. But I know plenty who can relate to the detrimental effects of early porn exposure and the harm it has on them as adults. If anyone doubts the books we are opposed to or obscene, we invite you to view the ones we have brought. You cannot unsee what you have seen, neither can our kids. Let's protect the kids. Let's get rid of the porn in the library.
Carrie Hill.
I'm from Auburn, Alabama. And I'm here to talk to you today about the harmful gender ideologies I found in books at my public library. I went into the children's section and found book after book of titles that blatantly represent a world that rejects reality in place of the sexual ideologies it wants to support. Just to name a few, there's The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, multiple Nancy Drew titles, Bible characters, the visual encyclopedia. I mean, really the list goes on. And I'll be sure to leave a copy with you. These are just the first books I found that show a world where women are only attracted to men and vice versa, when we all know that in reality, sexuality exists on a spectrum and gender is a social construct. All of these people, all of us, know people who are attracted to the same sex, multiple sexes, multiple genders, etc., but these books show only heterosexual cisgender ideologies. That must mean that the library wants to harm children by selling them a world of black and white. The library must want them to grow up thinking they were born wrong because they don't see themselves in any of these books on the shelves. I know a few people in this room would find it awful to have a person like me making the choices on what their child could and could not read. And yet, that's what they want to do for every other parent in Alabama. In the first line of his draft of the First Amendment, Thomas Jefferson writes, "Well aware that the opinions and belief of men depend not on their own will, but follow involuntarily the evidence proposed to their minds, God hath created the mind free and manifested his supreme will, that free it shall remain by making it altogether insusceptible of restraint." In other words, each person can only and must form their opinions based on the evidence they perceive. So what happens when my library buys books that line up with only the lived experiences of people who believe in a strictly cisgender heterosexual ideology? I walk past them. That ideology doesn't agree with my experience of the world. It's a stranger to the truths I find to be self-evident, as someone who's never seen God face to face, but who has surely seen friends, neighbors, co-workers, and classmates who love beyond the binary. In 1982, the Supreme Court ruled that in managing school affairs, the local school board must conduct themselves in a way that does not infringe upon the First Amendment rights of students. In other words, that school board could not remove schools from the library shelves simply because they disliked the ideas contained within them. Every person has a right to choose for themselves and for their own children what to read.
The First Amendment protects everyone from having their beliefs suppressed by government action. You can say all you want that restricting access to books based on material deemed by the Public Library Board to be inappropriate for children or youth does not constitute a denial of service, but that does not and will never make it true. Make that choice for yourself, make it for your family, not for Alabama.
Leah Billy Wilburn. Number 13, Leah Billy Wilburn. Holly Vigilance.
I'm Holly Midgley, and I serve as the chair of the Friends of the Moon Lake Library in Midtown. In my view, and the view of many Alabamians, the proposed changes to the APLS code are wrong-headed, ill-advised, and unneeded. They're an overreaction to the irrational and misguided fears of the tiny minority of our citizens. This very small group of zealots poses a real threat to the freedom of expression and the right to freely read, which this country was founded upon. For instance, as far as I can tell, based on Facebook followers of Cleveland, Alabama, there are fewer in number than the followers of the Mentone Ukulele interest group, which meets our library. And yet they've appointed themselves to be our morality police. They want to tell the rest of us what we can and can't read. And ironically, some of these folks are the very same people who were the first to object to government overreach. This is an attempt by some to turn back the clock to another century and to deny respect for and even outlaw people whose lifestyles and sexual choices are different from their own. It is not acceptable. No one I know has a problem with placing materials in the proper sections of libraries. Professional librarians are trained to check reviews, publishers' releases, and the interests of the people in their communities to guide decisions about what book selections they make and where to locate them in the library. But librarians should not be regarded as surrogate parents. If a person is concerned with what their children read, then they have the duty to accompany their child and guide his or her book selections. As a parent and a grandparent, I believe it's my duty, not the state's, to monitor what my children read. The notion that librarians are are grooming our children to become LGBTQ is absurd. Libraries groom children to be readers, to gather knowledge and ideas, and to be educated, well-rounded, informed citizens. Access to all kinds of viewpoints is critical, and that's why unrestricted access to books is so important. It's been said that today's readers are tomorrow's leaders. Our state needs children who will grow up to be citizens who can think for themselves and are tolerant and respectful of difference in others. Shouldn't that be a part of all libraries' missions? My father didn't dedicate more than 3 years of his life, including 2 in a German prisoner of war camp, to fighting against the book burning, repression, and intolerance of the Nazis, only to return to a nation that bans books and tries to control the choices or lifestyles of its citizens, making war on LGBTQ+ citizens and criminalizing librarians is against everything a free society should stand for. Your proposed changes will restrict the free exchange of knowledge and the choices of what free citizens read, and it mocks the nation's founding principles. Instead, APLS should fight for the freedom of Alabamians to decide for themselves what we will read and what we will believe.
Terry Richmond.
My name is Terry Richmond. I'm from Trussville, Alabama. Books are important to shape people. People shape societies. Societies shape countries. We're seeing the result of this phenomenon play out in our college campuses today. By recent report over 100 colleges have anti-Semitic demonstrations today. Where did this come from? I maintain it came from books. Books that are void of virtue have been used since the mid-20th century to teach students and to train teachers. They've been trained in the progressive and Marxist agenda rather than America's founding principles. Horace Mann has been called the father of American education, public education. He believed teachers should give students the opportunity to practice virtues like kindness, self-discipline, and self-control in the classroom. He also stressed daily reading about moral exemplars throughout history. Mann's idea of character education persisted in public schools from the mid-19th to the mid-20th century. For most of that time, the self-help book for self-made boys and girls was the McGuffey Reader Series. These books contained well-regarded English and American writers and taught reading using the phonics method. They also contained Bible verses and hymns. The McGuffey readers were dropped from the American school system in the mid-1960s. I graduated in '62. And that's when the moral philosophy in America became centered on the individual, not our creator. The idea of feeling good rather than being good became the order of the day. Many of the founding fathers had a practical list of virtues for daily living that they actively evaluated themselves on every day. Virtue is rarely mentioned today in any sphere. Virtues include order, temperance, humility, industry, frugality, sincerity, resolution, moderation, tranquility, cleanliness, justice, and silence. Books that promote these virtues are all that should be in our public library. Thank you.
Dan Wright. Is she?
And I am from Trustee.
Yes, we want a policy change. Following the public local library policy to challenge books is not only exhaustive, but futile. The library director and library board have already scripted their response to any challenged book. These responses include: we don't remove a book due to its content. It is creative and artistic. You have to consider the book as a whole, and it represents life's experiences. In addition, they provide you with a copy of the ALA's Bill of Rights and links to freedom to read and freedom to view statements. Since local libraries have been trained and indoctrinated by the far-left ALA, whose agenda is to convert our children and grandchildren to their way of thinking, protecting minors from inappropriate and sexually explicit material cannot lie solely with the library director and library board of the local library. Protection will have to be mandated by the APLS policy and the laws with stiff penalties if not abided by. Also, the terms inappropriate and sexually explicit will need to be specifically defined, as it cannot be left up to the director or board. We do not agree that minors will be protected by simply moving inappropriate or sexually explicit material from the children's or young areas to the adult department, as those areas are still accessible to minors. These books are not just inappropriate, they are vulgar and pornographic. They include details of minors involved in trafficking, sexual activities including vaginal, anal, and oral sex, masturbation, sexual grooming, rape, excessive profanity, positive portrayal of illegal drug and alcohol use, indoctrination of gender ideology, and transgendering. An example of content in one of the books includes: if you love your dog so much, why don't you F him? I bet he would love it
at least you should suck his D-I-C-K. There is an excessive amount of profanity in some of these books. If someone hears or sees these words over and over, it normalizes them and they become part of their everyday vocabulary. One book has the F word in it 524 times. This language is not acceptable at school, church, workplace, and public spaces. So why would we fill our youth with language that is unacceptable to be spoken in public? If movies were made on many of these books without editing, they would be X-rated. There is no place in our public library for this material. We are asking that the new policies include guidelines on removing inappropriate and sexually explicit material, including minors, from the library and developing the library's collection for minors so that no inappropriate or sexually explicit material is added in the future. We want our library to be a safe place for everyone to learn and enjoy.
Julia Saland.
Hi, my name is Julia Cleveland, and I'm on the board of Alabama Eagle Forum and the Republican Women. I live in District 6. There's a battle for the minds and the hearts of our children. It's obvious and clearly stated by the ALA website. The job of state-funded entities is not to sexualize, groom, and push gender ideology on our children. Libraries should abide by the anti-obscenity laws of our state. There should be no exception for libraries. Emily Jabrinsky, president of the ALA, posted on her Twitter feed in support of sexually exposing children and libraries pushing explicit far-left material on unwilling taxpayers. She claims publicly to be a Marxist lesbian. Marxists use social chaos as a deliberate strategy of cultural destruction. The queer theory in which Jabrinsky specializes openly aims to destroy the West by destroying the natural family, natural sex, natural relationships between the sexes of the children and those they produce. In the last ALA annual conference, there were many breakout sessions teaching librarians to call persons or parents questioning books, book banners, and describe us as dangerous. Several sessions focused on book challenges. They could hear speaker topics like, help, they're coming for our books, understanding and combating book bans, changing the narrative. The ALA Policy Court takes on book banners, like we need to be taken on. Throughout the entire conference, ALA affirmed and honored all things LGBTQ+, and ALA has created a Stonewall Awards for LGBTQ-themed books. It essentially is a buy list for libraries that ensure major taxpayer subsidies are often obscene books. Instead of having a breakout session on how to help the attendees rekindle the love of reading for our middle schoolers, they had a session called Promoting Diverse LGBTQ+ Narratives in Picture Book Collections. Librarians are taught there is no challenge is legitimate. The director of ALA Office for Intellectual Freedom, Caldwell Stone, said that children should have access to anything in the library. A young child should be able to check out R-rated movies. Also, librarians have no role in protecting children from content that would violate the ALA Library Bill of Rights. Well, we need Alabama Library Bill of Rights. Not only does Alabama need to withdraw from the ALA and the ALLA, but librarians, board members do not need to attend Marxist indoctrination taught at ALA conferences, whether they're state, city, county paid for, or an outside organization pays for them. Librarians were once trusted and respected in our communities, but in many areas this is rapidly changing. We love our librarians, but we do not trust many of them. Obscenity is not protected by the First Amendment. I want policy changes for our state.
Carol Jennings.
Good morning, my name is Carol Johns. I live in Prattville, District 6. Thank you for being here today. Over the last year, the libraries in our state have been presented with a moral decision to make to consider standards of appropriateness when acquiring materials for minors or young The most vocal so-called library advocates have chosen the latter. As the ALA instructs them to say, no one person should be given the right to decide what another person reads. This, of course, is a silly argument because no library system gives mere patrons decision-making authority. This is not pornography, according to one group of folks in this room. This was given to the board at the last time I was here. Dr. Pack was not present then, but this is what they're saying is not pornography. The first meeting I went to, Dr. Pack actually bragged that this particular book was only in 7 or 8 libraries in the state, but that was okay because they were the bigger libraries. Like that made a difference. I don't understand. The reason why we're here today is a lack of action on Dr. Pack's part, as well as some members of the board. Mr. Snyder in particular begged Hannah Reese to quit reading out of a book because he was blushing so bad it was such bad information, the glorification of rape. So please keep that in mind. The International Federation of Library Associations differentiate between the informational rights of adults and that of children. They respect the protection of minors while ensuring that this does not negatively impact the informational rights of adults. This means due to consideration for age appropriateness in the organization and collective development policy of children's collections in public libraries, as well as the responsibility of school libraries to act in the place of parents. This also means that our members take seriously the concerns of parents regarding the age appropriateness of children's materials and don't automatically dismiss them as arising out of bigotry. What I ask the board to do today is to please say no to the sexualization of children. Please step forward and be the adults in the room. Alabama still purports to be a state that supports family-friendly policies. We ask that you to implement changes to the code, as well as Amy Mitten's amendment that will prevent the acquisition of material for minors that are harmful to them. Thank you very much.
Did you show them what you were showing us?
They've already got it last time. I know you like.
Donna Smith, CUDE, and I will miss that in those. Donna Smith, CUDE here, number 19. Next we have Rachel Homalaka. Homalaka.
My family moved to Alabama last Christmas from Missouri. About a year ago, I took my then 4-year-old son to our public library in St. Charles. There, we shockingly discovered a cross-dressing man with a thick goatee, ruffled miniskirt so short, people were afraid they would see his genitalia, a corset, gaudy makeup, including caked-on hot pink eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara, a large black hoop, earrings, painted nails, fishnets, and 4-inch stiletto boots, running the children's section of our library. No, this was not Drag Queen Story Hour in St. Charles County, Missouri, the largest conservative county in the state. We were funding Drag Queen Story Hour every hour, and we paid for it. In the children's section, running not just the children's section, but overseeing after-school programs as well. Our conservative taxpayer dollars were held hostage while our children paid the ultimate price by being exposed to a man sexually expressing himself, aka being a pervert. Why are we protecting grown men's feelings over protecting our precious children? The fight I led in Missouri was ugly and the opposition out of control. It's amazing to me how nasty the people are who want to sexualize children. Very telling. Of course, my efforts led to disclosing all of these sexual books that are disgusting found in our children's section of the library. This caused a demand for state legislation. Now, if you think that Danny the Drag Librarian would never happen here in Alabama, yeah, think again. It all starts with a few books. And then before you know it, you have a delusional dude running the show. There is absolutely no reason why Alabama's library policies should support any gender ideologies or sexual expressions.
It's always confusing and harmful to children. Why are some desiring to talk about sex to children so badly? Why do librarians wish to provide sexual kink to minors? Kids don't need to learn about butt plugs, how to insert them with lube, sexual fetishes, and how to masturbate in front of people. Sounds a bit pedophilic to me. If being a part of a community means sexualizing children, count me out. Children cannot consent when it comes to these matters, even if children say that they want to expose them to it. What it boils down to is, are we going to allow the sexualization of our children and shove perverted and delusional ideas down their throats, compromising their innocence in the process? Or are we going to stand up and protect these little ones from degeneracy and help preserve the little time they can exist with innocence? The decision is an easy one. These kids deserve policies that will help protect them, not pervert them. Children should have the ability to go to the library children's section and check out books without being sexualized. Thank you for your time.
Cindy Battles.
Hi, I'm Cindy Battles, and I'm from District 6. I was in Walmart not long ago, and I was looking through the DVD section, just trying to find something that my grandchildren might like. Came across a Batman DVD, and then my grandson loved Batman, so I threw it in my shopping cart and went rushing on through the store. And I was kind of surprised when I started to check out, and they wanted to see my ID. And I thought, this is weird, but they said it was because it was rated PG-13. And it was actually an older Batman movie. But when I started looking at all the questionable material that's contained in our libraries, and I've looked at quite a bit of it, it brought me back to thinking about this with this movie. And if our Motion Pictures Association back 50 years ago saw a need that they needed to help parents know what was included in movies and what was appropriate and inappropriate for their children, and they can do that 50 years ago, why can't our libraries do the same thing today? That's all we're asking for. We want our little ones protected. If you look at what's required for an R-rated or they call it now NC-17, we used to call it X-rated movies. They're movies that include profane language, intense persistent violence, sexually oriented nudity, sex, aberrational behavior, and drug abuse. Per these movie ratings, if you rated a lot of the books that I looked at, a lot of them would fall into the R and the X-rated categories. But we find those books in our children's sections. And I just don't see that that's appropriate at all. Two examples of two books that would fall into the R-rated movies. One is called Sex is a Funny Word. That's a children's book. It contains graphic illustrations, sexual nudity, sexual activity, sexual and alternate gender ideologies. Then there's Flamer. That one's geared towards middle school kids. This is a graphic novel, so you get it both in words and pictures. That covers sexual nudity, profanity, sexual activities, alternate sexualities, talks about self-harm. There's over 60 very derogatory words used in this book targeted to middle schoolers. If you look at some of the X-rated books that I would consider X-rated that go by what those movie standards are, you could look at Tricks, The Haters, House of Sky and Breath. Those books contain explicit excerpts involving minors. There are also excerpts containing explicit child rape and abuse, illegal drug abuse, graphic violence, underage alcohol consumption, adult and child prostitution, bestiality, along with excessive profanity. Thank you very much for listening.
Carol Wilson.
Carol Wilson, Fairhope.
I'm going to read an excerpt of the book Sold, which is geared towards 5th grade reading level. It is shelved in the youth section at Fairhope Public Library. It has been reconsidered by me, and the library director decided to keep the book shelved in the youth section. The Board of Trustees also backed the library director to keep the book in the youth section. I appealed to the Fairhope City Council for consideration to intervene and asked the Library Board of Trustees to reconsider their position, and to date nothing has happened. This is about a book. This book is about a young child who is sold into sex slavery to pay off the debt of her parents. And of course, we do know that this exists today. So here we go. In between the men come. They crush my bones with their weight. They split me open, then they disappear. I cannot tell which of the things they do to me are real and which are nightmares. So I decide to think that it is all a nightmare, because if what is happening is real, it's unbearable. And then my owner, she comes at me. She grabs me by the hair and she drags me across the room. She flings me onto the bed into the next old man. And then he is on top of me, holding me down with the strength of 10 men. He kisses me with lips that are slack and wet and taste of onions. His teeth dig into my lower lip. Underneath the weight of him, I cannot see or move or breathe. He fumbles with his pants, forces my legs apart, and I can feel him pushing himself between my thighs. I gasp for air and I kick and squirm. He thrusts his tongue into my mouth and I bite down with all my might. He is squeezing my breasts. I open my eyes. I watch him. He unbuckles his belt, and then he is on top of me. And he is insistent with pushing my legs apart and trying to fit himself inside of me. I ask this board, I petition you to please take appropriate action to protect our children, change the code, support the governor's request. Thank you very much.
Amanda Berry. Amanda Berry, number 24. Lance Kozak, number 25.
It's Diane Kozak.
Diane.
I've never done Diane.
I want to thank Bill for allowing me to speak today. It's very important to all of us. My name is Diane Conrad from Norfolk, Alabama. I'm a retired educator. I spent the better part of 35 years in public schools across this nation. I am also the spouse of a 28-year military veteran, and that's how I worked in so many different states and a good glimpse of what was going on across this country in public schools. I care greatly about our public school system, and I love our libraries and our librarians. Something has happened in our country lately. Our schools have changed. Our libraries have changed. Our country has changed, and I know we all see it. I want to talk a little bit about the big picture here. I was part of the group of people that looked at the libraries in Jefferson County, the public libraries and the public school libraries. I thought I knew what was in them, and I was quite shocked that I did not. The percentage of books we found that had content related to sex, gender, and other anti-Christian topics, it's It's not just sex and gender. It's far more than that. I think I look at these books as tools. They're just symbols. They're tools of an indoctrination ideology that is going on in our public schools. It's very distressing. Our schools have now been controlled and taken over by Marxists, I believe, and the goal is to destroy the nuclear family. And they do this by attacking our children and destroying our children. That is what is happening right now in our public schools. The books, as I said, the books we're discussing are tools of indoctrination and abuse of our children. Through these books, queer activists, and that's what they call themselves, sexualize our children at an early age and confuse them about their gender. Intentionally placing children into crisis is child abuse, and I believe that's what this is. Once a child is emotionally confused and upset, the queer activists in our schools start to alienate children from their parents. They tell them their parents don't understand them, but the school does. And because of that, they will create safe spaces for the children. And in these safe spaces, they isolate the children from their parents and make it easier to expose them to propaganda and indoctrination. Queer Marxism is practiced in nearly every school in America today because Marxists captured the U.S. education decades ago, starting with the Common Core system back in the 1960s. This has been going on for decades. It's getting much worse, and it's all coming. I support KIB's recommendations.
Christy Schellenberger.
My name is
Everyone the alphabet's in it.
so many, my friends will be members. I am Christy Schellenberger. I'm one of the co-organizers of Read Freely Alabama's Coleman chapter. First, I'd like to thank my fellow library supporters for showing up today. It's been a very busy year, but I'm thankful for all of us who have done it in public and in private to fight against these unnecessary political and religious attacks on a beloved community institution that shelters civility and freedom. Once upon a time, I too believed in these values that these groups like Think of Alabama, Moms for Liberty espouse. I had no choice. From a young age, I was taught to read from Eagle Forum founder Phyllis Schlafly's Little Reader for Children that said communism was evil. Had no choice to figure that one out for myself. I knew about Eagle Forum, the Heritage Foundation, and Vision Forum before I knew the difference between the Federalists and the Whigs. How interesting, this political upbringing of a homeschooled 8-year-old little girl. I was raised under the belief that parents must break the will of the child, often using the rod to encourage submission. I will wager if you look on the bookshelves of the parents who advocate for these book bans, you will find books like To Train Up a Child and books by Josh McDowell who instruct parents to whip 6-month-old infants in order to ensure obedience to their specific biblical doctrine. And if you don't believe me, check out Jill Duggar's memoir at your local library. And yet these groups will tell you they are just trying to protect children. For many of us raised in this environment, the public library was one of our few public outings to be exposed to people who live differently from us. After all, sinners use the library too. I'm here to tell you that these people will use children as political pawns to further their own bigotry and racism. They want to erase narratives like The Hate You Give and Heather Has Two Mommies simply because they fear the power and empathy that these stories arouse, that they would lose political power. They fear the legitimacy of these stories of people who don't look or live like them. This fight started over a child's board book about pronouns. 0 sexually explicit material, and by the way, as a homeschool kid, we never checked out dirty books from the library because our mom could monitor our reading material. I cried when I heard a book banner forced her young grandchild to read the most explicit material from a book clearly designated by professional librarians, by the publishers, by common sense, as a book for older teens. I wept because I knew he joined our ranks as children used as weapons to further a political agenda to win this country over for God. They wanted to squash people who just live their own lives and deserve the same constitutional rights as these other groups who claim they want to protect children. Not all former homeschool children would agree with me. We are not a monolith. In fact, some of them seem to have taken their upbringing and become even more cruel, using their platform to bully those who live different lives, often with very tragic consequences. Yet all of us benefited from the public library, which exposed us to different stories as allowed by our parents who monitored our reading material. This is why I believe we should accept the amendment by the public librarians, not the government, and not these extremists. Thank you.
Carissa Callan.
My name is Carissa Callan, and I am from North Alabama, District 5. I have a Master's of Library and Information Science from the University of Alabama, and I worked as a children's librarian in Huntsville before staying home to raise and homeschool my 5 children. In short, I know what a children's library collection can be and what it should and should not be. And it should not include materials for ages 17 and under which contain sexual conduct, sexual intercourse, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender discourse, or profane and vulgar language. You have been given and shown numerous examples these past few months, today, and you have more speakers to hear. You have to know that these are not appropriate for children. So the question is, what are you going to do? I urge you to pass these amendments that state the obvious, that the age of the reader is to be taken into account when it comes to material selection and placement in the library. Sexually descriptive and explicit content for minors is not age appropriate. Themes of gender ideology are not age appropriate. Even liberals know this. The following was said by Bill Maher on April 19th of this year. Quote, "But at a certain point, inclusion becomes promotion. And contrary to current progressive dogma, children are not miniature adults, wise beyond their years. They're morons. They're gullible morons who will believe anything and just want to please grown-ups. And they don't have any frame of reference, so they normalize whatever is happening. That's why endlessly talking about gender to 6-year-olds isn't just inappropriate. It's what the law would call entrapment, which means enticing people into doing something they wouldn't ordinarily do." End quote. 2 examples being you, a board book that says some people are girls, some people are boys, some people are neither, some people are both. How confusing is that for a child to read and think, I'm neither? I'm not a boy or a girl? Or how can I be both? Or this book, It Feels Good to Be Yourself. So, see, when you were born, you couldn't tell people who you were or how you felt. They looked at you and made a guess. Maybe they got it wrong, maybe they got it right. I say take the diaper off. It's obvious. This is in Hudson-Madison Library nonfiction. Nonfiction used to mean fact. This is not fact. And that's the agenda behind the ALA and the ALLA, who are targeting minors with books that promote transgenderism, Marxism, and these gender ideologies that only serve to confuse children and create gender anxiety. These are mature themes that we as adults are still wrestling with. It should not be glorified and pushed on our little ones as facts. Children cannot protect themselves. Children cannot give consent. It's not taking away their intellectual freedom. It's using discernment. You as a parent can go get the book. You can look at it. In the children's section, it does not belong. That used to be common sense 5 minutes ago, but now we have to have these hearings. Please make effective policy changes. Thank you.
Dr. Dale Chitwood.
Good morning. I'm Bill Chitwood. My pronouns are doctor. I'm a retired child psychiatrist and psychiatric co-author, and Amazon #1 selling author, an award-winning writer. I have practiced psychiatry in Alabama before I retired from the Gulf Coast, the Wiregrass, to the Tennessee Valley, and back again. I did my medical school internship and fellowship in child adolescent psychiatry at the University of South Alabama, surgical psychiatry at UAB. I am absolutely opposed to censorship in any way, shape, form, or fashion for adults. But it is not censorship to protect children from materials and content that is inappropriate for their age and developmental level. Not at all. Kids are with sponges. They will soak up whatever they're exposed to. And, teens are frantically trying to claw their way through the insanity that is puberty. The last thing they need are crazy big people acting out their own unresolved intrapsychic stuff on those kids. So, I would ask the board that when you're making your decision, whatever you do, think about what's best for the kids. And that's not what the crazy big people are going to get cheesy fits about. Because as we all know, there's no shortage of crazy big people on both sides of these issues. Okay? You're not going to satisfy them all. They're going to get cheesy fits. Don't waste your time trying to satisfy them. The heck with them. Do what's best for the kids and let them get their cheesy fits. Thank you.
Elizabeth Stewart.
My name is Elizabeth Stewart. I live in District 5. First, I want to thank the board members that are here today and made it a priority to hear from citizens in this session organized by the governor. Our children must be our top priority, and I'm glad that we're addressing concerns in Alabama libraries. The governor is absolutely right. Sexually explicit material has flooded many Alabama libraries and departments for minors. This is primarily due to the ALA's push to expose children to gender ideology, critical theory, and sexualized topics for minors. This has been publicly stated by Emily Vigilancy, the head of the ALA. It is why Alabama should completely disaffiliate from the ALA, permanently cut all financial ties, in addition to all ties with the Alabama Library Association. A little bit about my background: I have a degree in early childhood and elementary education, almost a decade in contracting work with policy, and a master's degree in instructional systems development and teaching adult learners. What I have learned through this background is that developmental stages are fact. It is biology. How I teach my preschoolers is very different than how I teach adult learners. And also, policy matters because people matter. And we need good policy. APLS should be able to operate completely independent of the ALA and the Alabama Library Association to create policy that promotes literacy for all and also age-appropriate material guidelines for minors. We should be able to have professional development in this state by APLS. We should not be dependent upon a nationalized institution, the ALA, that is promoting ideologies that are harmful to our children. APLS, I suggest, should go much further than the governor's suggestion to make detailed policy for age-appropriate content. And in that vein, I wanted to bring some examples of what's available in Huntsville-Madison library systems in my area. The first book, It's Perfectly Normal, and I know you guys are not taking pictures, so I'll just show them. This book has gone through a number of editions. The most recent edition, though, includes what would be pornography if they were photos, but let's do a how to have lesbian sex, gay sex, anal sex, heterosexual sex. This is for 6-year-olds in Huntsville. I just want you all to know, this is not a joke. This in Huntsville has been asked to be moved. It is for 6-year-olds. In case my kindergartner needs to learn how to masturbate, we're going to do that and put cute little chirpy birds tweeting about how exciting and how good it feels. And full frontal nudity all throughout. The second one, which I'm going to leave excerpts of, Welcome to St. Help. This is in the teen section. Let's make sure we teach our kids how to engage in kink, how to engage in BDSM, anal sex of all kinds, and put it in the comic book section because that's exactly where age-appropriate criteria should be. Welcome to St. Help. This book promotes things that are illegal in Alabama, but we are funding it with tax dollars. This is not to stop.
Thanks, John. Thanks, man.
Charlotte Day.
My name is Charlotte Gay, and my husband, 6-year-old daughter, and I are frequent patrons of the Huntsville-Madison County Public Library, which is located in District 5. I'm here today to share my concerns over materials made available to minors in the Madison Library. The first title I want to discuss is Sex Plus, Learning, Loving, and Enjoying Your Body by Lacey Green. I want to name a few of the chapters in this book for you. Masturbation and orgasm, sex toys, your sexual debut, sexploration, and kink. In this book, the author goes into graphic detail describing the various ways one can experience sexual pleasure on their own and with a partner. This includes, and is not limited to, illustrations of various sex toys available on the market. This is found within a section titled Visiting the Sex Shop. Tips on how to participate in safer sexting and sending nude photos, and suggestions on how to get sex foreign. In the chapter entitled Kink, readers are invited to take a walk through the colorful world of kink, fetishes, and BDSM. The book goes on to describe various sexual acts such as hand jobs, oral sex, and anal sex. The author has also included a guide on how to have a healthy relationship with porn, and my personal favorite page, should I put that in my butt? Making sure everybody can see it. The next title is A Quick and Easy Guide to Sex and Disability, a graphic novel by A. Andrews. This book provides pages of cartoons of adults living with disabilities exploring sexual acts with others. There are pages in this book devoted to different sexual positions, lubricants, sexual furniture designed to increase pleasure, and sex toys. Making sure everybody can see the sex toys. Again, this book is shelved in the teen room at Madison Library. I'm presenting these materials to you today as a sample of what can be found in that section. Because my statement is limited to 3 minutes today, I'm unable to provide you with details of several other titles in the same location with similar content. I'm not naive, and I realize some teenagers will engage in sexual activity, regardless of the fact that it should only occur between consenting adults. However, there's a line between providing sex education to teens in an effort to curb the numbers of teen pregnancies and STDs and outright encouragement of sexual activity and potentially harmful behaviors. I believe that by making these materials available to teenagers, that's underage children between the ages of 12 and 18, the library has crossed that line. These books openly invite readers to have multiple sexual partners, transmit nude photographs, and explore pornography, none of which is appropriate or legal for children. Thank you.
Ann Eubank. Ann Eubank, number 31. David Perry.
My name is Dr. David Perry, and I'm from Montgomery. I'm a board-certified pediatrician, and I have researched the harmful effects of pornography on children and families. I have studied this topic extensively for several years, and I have published on this topic. I'm here today because I was asked to speak on the topic by a group of concerned parents regarding the potential for accidental exposure to sexually explicit material in the children's sections of Alabama's public libraries. In my research, I have found that exposing anyone, adult or child, to sexual themes increases the interest that the viewer has in these themes and images. Indeed, exposure to pornography is one of the most effective ways a child abuser grooms a minor for sexual abuse. When the minor is presented with this material by a trusted adult, he or she becomes hyper-interested in the topic of sex and sexual behaviors. The child is taught that sexual activity for children is normal. When a child finds a book in the children's section of the library, much of the same occurs. This tells the child you should be interested in this, which in turn increases the child's interest and pushes that interest along a path that the child may have not chosen for him or herself. A recent academic review article on the effects of pornography noted that it is unethical to enroll minors in prospective pornography research because it is unethical to show minors sexually explicit material. Surely the Alabama Public Libraries should uphold the same ethical standards. Sex is a powerful and emotional topic. That's why we are here today. This topic has always been primarily reserved for parents to teach their children. As a pediatrician, my starting assumption is that parents have their best interests of their children as their primary motive. We are here today because parents are collectively saying that they want to decide if their children are exposed to this material. They don't want these books to be surreptitiously found by children exploring the children's section of the library, just like parents don't want their children to find pornography on the library's computers. Recently I was contacted by a man who wanted to tell me his story about how he first encountered pornography at the age of 9 years old. He then became so obsessed with sex and sexual topics that as a teenager, he sexually assaulted his younger sister. He was eventually incarcerated for this crime. Now he is very remorseful because he knows that pornography and the distorted view of human sexuality destroyed both his life and his sister's life. Let's not forget that sex is powerful. It can create life and it can destroy it. Let's protect children from sexually explicit material that they are too young to process and allow their parents to teach them this topic.
Alex Kim Yon.
I'm going to stick to the cards. Good morning. My name is Alex Kim Yon. I'm a public librarian in Madison County. Leading up to this hearing, I caught wind of some disturbing rumors that, if true, point to a disturbing lack of integrity in our legislative processes. The first was about why the House Ways and Means Education Committee offered a substitute of the Education Trust Fund Appropriations Bill, HB 145, that would make public library funding preemptively contingent on Governor Ivey's proposed changes to the admin code. I was willing to believe that perhaps the lawmakers didn't understand the admin code rule change process. We've seen plenty of confusion about it here in this very building. But as I mull over the amendment, I do see that the exact wording is specifically, in order to receive funding from this program, a public library must be in compliance with the governor's proposed amendments. This suggests, as the rumor I've heard is propagated, that the sponsoring lawmakers had inside knowledge about the expected outcome of this process weeks before this hearing, and were comfortable adding this clause even though the amendments have not yet been adopted. The second rumor was that this board has already decided to vote these proposed amendments through, regardless of the turnout at this hearing or the outpouring of letters, because Governor Ivey would hold public library funding hostage otherwise. Without concrete evidence, I obviously can't speak to the veracity of these rumors, but I have seen some lousy legislation and heard some very insulting and frankly dehumanizing comments in the State House and in this room. My faith in our legislative process is shaken, and the outcome of this hearing is what will make or break completely. And I refuse to believe these rumors, particularly about the board before me, because I refuse to believe that I have entered a profession that would rely on people who would not uphold the democracy that is supposed to be by and for us. I refuse to accept that we could send hundreds of letters, or thousands, as I've last heard, and travel from all across the state to be here, only to be ignored. And I refuse to allow the politicization of public libraries and the people who work in them, who are trying to concretely uplift our communities and live our lives. As is commonly said among disability activists, nothing about us without us. So I'm calling on you now to leave the admin code be, or if you must change it, to instead adopt the counter-proposed amendments presented by Alabama librarians whose expertise and experience should be taken into consideration. And I'm calling on you to make your decision based not on threats and moral panic, but on the voice of the people and the values of intellectual freedom, democracy, and the public good that public libraries are supposed to uphold. Thank you.
Tamara Madison.
Good morning, my name is Tamara Matson. I'm a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 5. I have a bachelor's degree in English. I'm a library lover. I've taught English literature at the middle and high school levels. My husband is an Air Force veteran, a pilot, and a PhD. We live in northern Alabama. The material I've just given to you is material I would never want as a mom, I would want kids to see it, I wouldn't want my grandkids to see it, and I suspect that most of you probably feel the same way about your children or grandkids. The governor of Alabama clearly thinks that the citizens of Alabama do not want their children to have unrestricted access to books like this one that I gave you in school. In Alabama, children as young as 12 can walk into almost any public library and find this book, maybe even in the comic book section, which makes them even more dangerous, and can check it out. I am very grateful that Governor Ivey has very wisely recommended that any Alabama Public Services library that wants state funds will ensure that books with inappropriate content be located such that children or youth will not have access to them. And she has stated that librarians will be transparent about the books they intend to promote to children and youth. I want to make 2 points about the governor's directions. 1, the governor's direction is not book banning. It does not prevent adults or parents from accessing these books for professional or personal use. These books can be found commercially or possibly in the adult section of the library. These books have not been censored or banned. No parents or adults have had their rights limited. Number 2, the governor's guidance is good but does not go far enough. Changes to the code should be strengthened to include the following. Number 1, all Alabama libraries should disassociate from the American Library Association. No taxpayer money in Alabama should go to the ALA. The ALA is committed to undermining traditional sexual norms. It is committed to undermining the traditional family, and it advocates for a morally perverse agenda. The ALA promotes numerous obscene books for our youth, and most of the citizens of Alabama do not want to purchase, let alone recommend these to their children. Number 2, all libraries should not only ensure that books with content inappropriate for minors be removed from the youth and children's section, but they should have also policies that ensure minors cannot access those books in the library or on the library computers. The citizens of Alabama, number 3, have a right to know what they are paying for. Libraries should be held accountable for buying material that is obscene, perverse, advocates violence, or advocates harmful ideologies. In conclusion, I strongly favor the governor's changes to the Alabama Administrative Code. In fact, the changes should be stronger. We should ensure that our libraries serve the public interest and protect our youth. A good start would be Alabama to disassociate with the American Library Association and Alabama Library Association. Thank you very much.
Terry LaPont.
Hi, my name is Terry LaPointe, and I'm from Trustful. I'm a writer, and I love books. I worked in my junior high library and my college library. I took my homeschooled children regularly to the library, where their imagination was fueled, and they loved to learn about lizards, dinosaurs, Narnia, astronauts. It was a safe place. Thankfully, they were not exposed to sexually explicit material or material that contains inappropriate sexual content. I support the governor's policy changes. To me, it is disingenuous to label us as book banners or censoring, when libraries themselves have designated children and young adult areas. Libraries themselves discriminate about what books go in those sections and what books don't, and which books that taxpayer funds are used to purchase. My biggest concern, though, many would argue that pedophilia is wrong and is harmful to children. The library should be a safe place. However, it has become a shelter for pedophiles, facilitating the grooming of its young patrons, grooming them from a very young age to be tolerant of deviant and pedophilia behavior, making it that much easier for predators to have access to the hearts and minds of vulnerable children. Don't think it can happen? In fourth grade, when I was in fourth grade, we lived in Wisconsin. I spent a lot of time at my local inner-city library. One day I found a book in the children's section depicting naked adults and children. Those images shocked me and seared into my brain. I didn't know yet that our landlord was a pedophile. I learned the hard way. I've never shared this. I was very confused and hurt. The book that I had inadvertently found in the library only added to that confusion. Maybe something was wrong with me because the book presented what that man did to me as normal. I couldn't tell my mom because he told us we'd lose our apartment. I had a baby brother to protect. I was 9. That was Wisconsin. I was relieved when we moved back that next year to Alabama, where the libraries again were a safe place. My mother didn't protect me. She didn't know. And I fought my whole life to protect my children and to protect other children, and I write about it. Please make libraries safe again for all of our children. I don't care what consenting adults do between themselves, but I do care when a harmful agenda facilitates and enables the targeting of our children. Don't mess with our kids.
Mary Richmond.
Wow. Good morning. I'm Mary Richmond from Trustful. In the first paragraph of your September 12th, 23 letter to Governor Ivey, you expressed your agreement with the governor's concern regarding the materials available to children and how libraries should be a safe space for everyone to explore, read, and learn. And that's why I'm here today, of course. This issue is the definition of what a safe place is and what materials children should be exposed to. Books that graphically depict sex acts or contain explicit descriptions will not be forgotten by young minds. As we all say, you can't unsee some things. When these pictures and descriptions are found in public libraries, they are considered safe by definition. The American Library Association formed the Task Force on Gay Liberation in 1970 and has been pushing the LGBTQ+ agenda for the last 50 years. This agenda has been embraced by the progressive and Marxist factions in our society. The LGBT lifestyles may be acceptable for some, but they are not natural lifestyles. And having said that, I do not believe it is safe for children to be exposed to alternate lifestyles such as these when they are not mentally capable of determining fact from ideology. The American Library Association's website calls the removal of these books book banning. Book removal from public libraries is not banning. These books are readily available in bookstores and on the internet. Local library boards have taken the recommendation of the American Library Association as an endorsement of literary worth and have purchased these questionable books. However, the American Library Association's website offers these statistics. In 2023, there were 4,240 unique book titles challenged, which is a 65% increase over 2022. Parents are then waking up all across the country, which shows how out of step the American Library Association is with the average family. As you stated, quote, libraries should be a safe space for everyone to explore, read, and learn. Considering the number of books challenged and those taking the time to attend this hearing, today you can see libraries with these books are not fulfilling the mission you were tasked to perform. Thank you.
Cheryl Crump.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Crump. I'm from Coleman, Alabama. Excuse me. I'm here and grandparent. We want policy change. While we appreciate Governor Ivey addressing the issues of inappropriate content for children in our public libraries, the suggested changes fall short of protecting children from exposure to harmful content in our libraries. Thank you for the opportunity to address being proposed in Rule 520-2-2-03. Governor Ivey was very astute to establish state aid funding to each individual library, contingent upon them making policy changes to protect the children available. There are many examples of sexual explicit material in our public libraries. I find it very disturbing that this type of material is on the shelves in our children's and young adult sections. It is necessary for our libraries to consider age when purchasing, promoting, displaying material in our libraries, anywhere it can be accessed or viewed by children under the age of 18 without the supervision of a parent. Our children's minds and development should be the utmost importance to our libraries. The changes to the administrative code should also include material selection policies which specify materials for minors shall not contain content which includes but not limited to obscenity, sexual conduct, sexual intercourse, sexual orientation, gender identity and ideology, gender discordance, bestiality, breast or genital nudity, age-appropriate materials concerning biology, human anatomy, or religion shall be exempt from this rule. Necessary safeguards shall be implemented to protect and prevent the exposure of minors to harmful content. An example of this shall be a minor's library card, which is restricted and does not allow a minor to check out adult material. Removing a book from a local library which is deemed to be harmful or does not meet community standards is not banning, but should be considered part of the normal weeding process. No expenditure of public funds to the ALA or the ALLA for memberships, training, conventions, webinars, or books published by the ALA that promote ideas that do not reflect community standards. An organization that promotes teaching librarians how to queer the library or how to have a radical catalog has no place in the teaching developmental libraries. Since the ALA has essentially become an activist organization with an obvious agenda, it should no longer be considered a trusted source for Alabama libraries when choosing material to purchase and shelf in our libraries. Thank you.
Wendy Pickering.
My name is Wendy Pickering. I'm a licensed private investigator and social media researcher. I'm from Orange Beach, Alabama. A few things I want to say right off. There's really only one group of people that is for these books, okay? So that is Read Freely Alabama. And just real quick, a little bit about them. They had a GoFundMe set up by every library institute, and they had raised over $30,000 for them. Every library institute is chartered in the state of Illinois as a nonprofit corporation. It's a companion organization to every library, the first national political action committee for libraries. They align dangerously close with the American Library Association, so I'm sure you can now understand why their interest is here in Alabama. Their agenda is the same in almost every state, the lies that they tell, and it's exactly what we're hearing from Read Freely Alabama. The first lie they tell you is that we are book banners. No, we are not book banners. We are for relocating sexually explicit books from the teens and the juveniles and putting them in the adult section. That's not book banning. The second lie they will tell you is that we are impinging on freedom of speech. Really? If it's freedom of speech that y'all are worried about, then how come when, yes, it was my grandson that read from that book, and he reads for commercials and stuff, so we were comfortable letting him read that. If you've got a problem and you're sitting here saying it's about freedom of speech, why don't you want the kids to read these books out loud? It's because you know what's in these books. And it has no literary value. It's disgusting what y'all are backing. It's extremely disturbing. The third lie they will tell you is that we're taking excerpts out of content and not taking the book as a whole. Okay, I agree, we do. So let me ask you this. Fuck, dick, bitch, pussy, faggot, in what context is that appropriate? Just tell me, because I don't know. I think it's disgusting. In what context is vibrators, lubricants, porn, how to perform oral sex and anal sex taken out of context or not? Explain that one to me. Another lie they tell you is that we are part of an extremist group. Well, we are grandparents, parents, we are doctors, lawyers, mechanics, teachers, nurses. We are just concerned about the children here in Alabama. So who are extremists? The ones that are protecting the children or the ones that are protecting the child predators? You tell me who the extremist is. Another lie they say is that these books are not where they say they are. That is a lie. I have proof of it because I have screenshots and also have recordings of the library meetings. So these books are where we say they are. So let me give you a few excerpts real quick. Mark my words, man, Brandon said, the dude is never going to get any pussy, ever. Not like you, king of all pussy. Those are the kind of things that we're dealing with.
Catherine Hastings.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hastings, and I'm a member of Fairhope Friends Meeting. That means I'm a Quaker. I want to thank the board and say how proud I am of my government that everybody at this meeting has been able to speak freely. When Quakers reach a consensus on an issue, our congregation issues what we call a minute, and I'm here to share our minute with all of you. Quakers believe that there is God within every person. Furthermore, Quakers believe that everyone has access to continuing revelation. Therefore, the members of the Fairhope Friends Meeting believe that all people should have the opportunity to see themselves represented in literature and public venues such as libraries. The members of this meeting further affirm that people can choose what is wise for themselves and their children to read and discuss. In addition, the members of this meeting assert the freedom to access information enables Quakers to speak to those in power to achieve the goals of peace, justice, and equality. Therefore, the members of the Fairhope Friends Meeting oppose book banning in any form. Thank you.
Teresa Terrell. Number 41, Teresa Terrell. Richard Browning. Ellen Ashley Ridley. Riddell. Excuse me. Here's one. Ma'am, would you please have a seat?
It's just books. I'm just passing. They're just children.
She's speaking, though. You're taking her 3 minutes.
They're just books. Some children section.
Hello, my name is Ellie, and I'm part of the LGBT community. I'm also a chapter leader with an organization called Gays Against Groomers. Our group is dedicated to protecting children from unnecessary sexualization, indoctrination, and medicalization under the guise of LGBTQIA+. I'm here to address the presence of inappropriate books in public libraries, not just in this state, but across the nation. Books that not only contain explicit sexual content, but also push propaganda surrounding LGBTQ ideas that are divisive and not universally agreed upon, even within our own community. We have witnessed a disturbing trend where books deemed inappropriate for certain age groups are finding their ways onto library shelves, under the guise of promoting diversity and inclusion. For example, Bye Bye Binary is geared towards children ages 3 to 5. But in what universe do toddlers have the capacity to understand advanced gender concepts? This is divisive, harmful, and a form of grooming in our children into ideologies they're not ready to comprehend. Our parents and other concerned citizens have raised their voices against these books, rightfully questioning why materials that cannot be read aloud to a room of adults are deemed suitable for public libraries. Genderqueer, despite being labeled for readers 18+, often finds its way into younger hands and has been exposed in several schools around the country due to its graphic illustrations of teenage girls with penis envy who experiments with binders and strap-ons. The story depicts experiencing severe gender dysphoria, fear of her own body, and incestual conversations about masturbation. Hearts and Hearts, a kid's grown-up guide to transgender transition, a book aimed at kids 9 through 12, disguises itself with good intentions while explaining gender transition is something normal and not to be feared. But modifying your body with drugs and surgeries is far from normal and is something we should not be romanticizing to children. Our society is becoming obsessed with gender politics while our education system sinks like a ship and testing scores continue to fall lower and lower. Children are impressionable. Exposing them to explicit sexual content or one-sided ideological narratives at a young age can have lasting effects on their development and understanding of the world. As adults, it's our responsibility to protect their innocence and provide them with age-appropriate materials that foster critical thinking, respect, and diverse perspectives. We call upon the Alabama State Library Board to take swift action to review these materials available in public libraries and to remove any books that contain explicit sexual content or promote one-sided ideological agendas that are not suitable for young minds. Removing these inappropriate books from libraries is not an act of censorship, but rather a step towards ensuring safety and the well-being of children.
We'll take a 10-minute break now and resume the hearing in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We've got more business to go down through. We've got more people to talk to, and if you have drinks in here, remember you can't drink them in the room. You'll have to leave with no food. Next up, we have Robin Lideker.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robin Lideker. I'm a retired teacher, principal, former Alabama State Teacher of the Year, and I'm a candidate for Congress in District 7. I'm not going to say what I originally planned to say because the teacher in me is coming out, and this is sad. This is sad that a lot of grown-ups are sitting in the room and they're mad and they're upset and there's no resolve. When I became a teacher, I promised myself I would never let a grown-up world interfere with a child's world. Children should never be exposed to certain materials, period. And there's no discussion about that. It's nobody's call but the parents. First Amendment, yeah, you have freedom of speech. There's a part of the First Amendment that says, and to petition the government for readiness, redirecting of grievances. And that's what's going on here. And I'm going to say one final thing. I was a public school employee for 33 and a half years. I worked for the state of Alabama, but who did I really work for? Taxpaying citizens. And I want to ask anybody in here that works in a library or school, take a step back. Who do you ultimately work for? You don't work for an agency. You don't work for a board. You don't work for some politician. You work for the citizens of the state of Alabama. Like it or not, that's who you work for, that's who you need to listen to. And what I'm asking you to do is, let's just act like some grown-ups here. Let's take care of our children. Let's not expose them to materials that they don't need to be exposed to. Thank you.
Gail Shelton.
My name's Gail Sheldon. I currently live in District 1, although I've lived in about 3 other districts in the state since I moved here 30 years ago. I'm alarmed at the possibility of losing educated librarians and even public libraries themselves. I served as a public library director in Amiana, Alabama, and in Somerset County, Maryland. And when I moved back here, prior to my retirement, I served as Alabama's library consultant for Children's Union Services here at APLS. I have worked with children and teens throughout my entire library career, and I want all children and teens and their families to have the opportunity to access library materials that reflect them and people different from them. For a number of years, I was a stay-at-home mother. I homeschooled my daughter. I taught her to read and took her to the library frequently. I've also been a single mother who worked full-time, but even during my busiest days, not once have I ever asked for or needed anyone else to manage what my children could and could not read. That was my choice. What children can and cannot read should be the sole responsibility of their parents. The idea that the government should dictate what children can access is a threat, and it deprives citizens who are also taxpayers of books that they deem acceptable. It is a threat to our freedoms and a threat to our democracy. It has been said that children and teens need access to both mirrors and windows. Mirrors so they can see themselves in books, and windows to view others who live with different circumstances. This prepares them to function as adults who are understanding and respectful of others. If we are afraid for our children to flip through a book that reflects something that we don't like, we are not doing our job as parents. Some have said that they do not want their tax money spent on obscene or suggestive materials. Obscene is a subjective term. As a librarian, I have read or reviewed many of these books. They have been lifesavers to numerous youngsters who feel isolated and alienated. Whether we like or approve of these books or not, they are reflective of the lives of some of the general populace we serve. These people need to see their lives reflected in books, and they are also citizens. To censor books is to step on the proverbial slippery slope. To see that it might become acceptable within our country is shocking, and to hold librarians accountable for executing this censorship is unbelievable. Germany was led down this kind of path step by step, banning censorship, ridicule, isolation, separation, and dehumanization. I am a Christian and an active participant in my church. I respectfully ask you all, please stop this and parent your own children. Even if you believe that you have the most insight into what is right, Not all morality is meant to be controlled by human laws. Thank you.
Jada Thompson Combs. Jada Thomas.
Hello, my name is Jada Thomas Combs. I'm from Civic, Alabama. I'm also a mayoral candidate there. Man, did y'all just get slapped in the face from the LGBTQ community. So whose rights are we really protecting? They're fighting against themselves. Nobody wants to indoctrinate our children. No one. So y'all have a choice. Is it children's rights, parents' rights, Christian rights, LGBT rights? Whose rights? Whose rights are you going to decide with? Because we can't say it's the LGBTQ. We can't say it's the black race. We can't say it's the white race. We can't say it's the Asian race. We can't say it's anybody's race. It's choosing the right is what we need to do. And I thank you.
Linda. P-O-I-P-O-I-L-S? It's Peru. Peru? I'm sorry, it's French. Okay.
I'm Linda Peru, and I'm from Mobile, Alabama. And I'm a concerned mother, a concerned grandmother. I have 3 grandchildren, 2 that are 6. They just turned 6. They're twins. They look nothing alike. And then I have a 10-year-old grandson that will be 11 soon. And it was brought to my attention about the books in the library, and it really concerned me. And then I started investigating it for myself. Got a book here that says, this is for the youth, so this would be ages 11, which I think either 11 or 12 in the youth section in Mobile. And it's called My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness. And it says 28 years old, no confidence, no direction, never had sex. Why would my 11-year-old grandson, soon to be 11-year-old, want to read this? Give me a break. This is not for kids. This should be in an adult section. Okay? I love the library. I've talked to Margie Calhoun about it. I love the library. I grew up in the library. I read Trixie Bellin. I read the Hardy Boys. I read Nancy Drew. So why do we not have these books instead of these? Why do we have these in the library and not these others that groomed us, that taught us about loving each other and getting along with each other and mysteries and fun? Took my 2 grandsons to the library. This was really a precious point in my life because I retired. I'm a retired registered nurse. They were in the back seat. Lane had his little book, well, big book, because he gets big dinosaur books. And he was thumbing through the book. And then he started singing the dinosaur names. 4 years old at the time. And he knew the names of each dinosaur in this book that the older grandson could read, but yet he's not reading yet. But he knew the names of everyone, and he sang it so sweetly. I'm not here. I'm here today to represent the children. We need to protect our children. We are not book banning. I'm telling you this. We just want to move out of the children's section. If you want to read your books, fine. Go to the adult section and check them out. This does not belong in his section. Thank you.
Jessica Hayes.
My name is Jessica Hayes. I'm from the Prattville district. I'm a longtime academic librarian. I volunteer with the Alabama Library Association. I'm not a Marxist, by the way, or lesbian, though I do stand in allyship with them. I serve proudly on the Read Freely Alabama senior leadership team. I wanted to speak today about everything, because a lot of library directors were told not to speak today. So I have to speak on their behalf. A lot of librarians have been told not to speak. I wanted to tell you to consider the public librarian's counter-proposal that, Mr. Wall, we discussed with you, and you seemed pleased with the reconsideration policies. But after yesterday's article in which the Prattville Library Board chair openly bragged about working behind the scenes with the state library board to politicize my local library and our $30,000 fundraiser for Read Freely, that is to support the terminated employees who were politicized in this fight. That's laughing matter?
It is coming from you.
Okay, great. No comments, please, with the audience.
I should talk to me.
I apologize. That's one of our rules. If any more conversation goes on, both of you will be asked to leave. Who made these backroom deals? Who would have the political apparatus? Who would have the ear of extremist groups? Who would convince this chair that they have the political power, leverage, and access to throw obstacle after obstacle after obstacle to make the library an extreme political pawn? It is disgusting that no matter what we do here today, no matter how many thousands of letters I have personally stuffed, that I have spent hundreds of dollars to mail. It doesn't matter because the rules were changed over and over again for us. For all of us here who are wearing the yellow stickers, the rules were kept on being changed. This is not a good faith public hearing. This is not a good faith public change process. If there are those on the board who are honorable, listen to librarians. Marilyn Eubank.
Good morning. I'm Mary Lynn Eubank. I'm from Birmingham. That is. I'm a retired public librarian from the O'Neill Library in Mountain Brook. I worked there for 14 years until I retired to take care of my elderly mother. I want to share with you some of the things that I know that our public libraries need. Alabama public libraries need a lot of things. They need professionally trained staff. You know what professionally trained staff do? They guide children and their parents to the appropriate literature that the parents approve for their children, okay? You don't want a book on butt plugs? You don't have to have a book on butt plugs, I promise. All right? They don't need changes to the APLS code. We just need to listen to our professional librarians who are professionally trained. I have a master's degree in sociology and one in library studies. I haven't heard this much about Marxism since I left graduate school in 1997. Okay, laugh. There's no Marxist agenda from your public librarians, I promise you. If there was, I'd probably be the one sharing it with my background. But anyway, these are disingenuous efforts that characterize books and the dedicated professionals who curate and provide those books. They provide them to the people who need them. And we need all kinds of books in our libraries. And in case I haven't been clear, I just want to say these proposed changes are bullshit. And you all know that they're bullshit, okay? I know it, you know it, the good people about it. Raise your hand if you're against these changes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Jason Kobilis.
Hello there. Before I start, I want to recognize on the eve of International Workers' Day, as a working court reporter myself, I want to shout out our court reporter, Suzanne, who's to my left, for being the hardest working person in this room today. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Kobilis. I'm co-chair of the Birmingham chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as Birmingham DSA. I'm also an organizer with Birmingham DSA's Save Our Libraries campaign. I want to thank all of our speakers who have name-dropped Marxism today. Half the battle is exposure, so thank you for the publicity. And I'm here to demand that you, the board, reject the proposed code changes that would defund our libraries that don't ban books. I make this demand not only because I believe you should respect the will of Alabamians, who I know wrote in overwhelming numbers during the public comment period that they also reject this proposal. I make this demand because this proposal specifically seeks to ban LGBTQIA+ and racial justice materials from the youth sections of our libraries. These are materials that you, Ms. Minton, who's sitting second from my left, or second from y'all's left, and Mr. Wall, who's sitting fourth from y'all's left, as well as far-right groups all across the state, and many other billionaire bankroll politicians have spent the past 7 months demonizing as, quote, sexually explicit and inappropriate for our children and youth. Now, I'm sure everyone in this room knows and loves someone who identifies as LGBTQIA+, or as Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. Or, like myself, we are someone who identifies as LGBTQIA+, or Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. And speaking from personal experience, we often don't know who we are, how we identify, or what we believe or think or feel until we see it written down as words on paper. I think we all know the old saying that knowledge is power, and in my humble opinion, this attempt to defund our libraries that don't ban books is an attempt to limit the power of working class Alabamians. Why do I say this? Because it's moving these completely free resources to sections in our libraries where our children, including my own children, can't find them. This ensures that they'll have a more difficult time finding the words that articulate who they are, how they identify, or what they believe, or think, or feel. Before I go, I want to directly speak to all of you, all of the working class Alabamians in this room, as well as those who are watching online, and say this. This proposed book ban is an attempt by Kate Ivey and all the moneyed interests she serves to curb your power. Why do I say this? Because they're afraid of the power that we can wield if we get access to the right knowledge and use it to fight them back. So I tell you, keep organizing against these attempts at book bans and keep standing in solidarity with one another. A vocal minority might have the money in the state, but we have the people. Let's keep building this people power to create the Alabama that we want. Thank you all so much.
Mary T.
I'm Mary Clyde Teague. I'm from the Oak Mountain area of North Shelby County. I'm a retired certified nurse anesthetist, as well as a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, a cousin, and a great aunt. I grew up in Birmingham, going to the Birmingham Public Libraries. My children spent many hours in the Vestavia Hills libraries and then their college libraries. My family now uses the libraries of Mountain Brook, Hoover, and North Shelby County on a regular basis. I'm happy to be here today to support the librarians of these and the other libraries in Alabama. Librarians are the professionals who are educated and trained to know the best practices of library science. Just as in my field of expertise of knowing the safest administration of anesthesia for infants to geriatric patients, librarians are the experts in serving the public and providing literary and learning experiences for individuals and families. Families and people are as diverse as the people on earth. Libraries and librarians are a wealth of resources for the individual and the families. Children learn their love of books at an early age. It is the parent's responsibility to determine what is appropriate for their children, and librarians are there as a great resource to help parents find the books that are at the correct level for their children's enjoyment. I feel that librarians have the best practice knowledge, and any changes to codes and standards are things they should be involved in, not outside forces. These are public libraries supported by taxpayers. Taxpayers are made up of a wide range of demographics, and to limit the availability of books to suit a certain group is not the American way. That there was a bill passed by the Alabama House that would criminalize librarians and decrease fundings for library is a travesty. I hope the bill dies in the Senate and never appears again. We should fund libraries to educate all people, and the voices of a few folks should not govern the availability of what families find important to them. There are procedures in place already to review book challenges. This potential law will provide unneeded burdens on many layers of the system if this law is passed. I'm happy to be here to support the librarians, and I'm appalled that they are under attack. They chose this career because of their love of books and people. They should not have to work under the fear of being criminalized. Thank you.
Lacey Sutherland.
Lacey Sutherland, and please forgive me, public speaking is one of my biggest fears. As of March 14th, I was the Cataloging and Acquisitions Librarian at the Ideological Public Library. I was terminated when some of my coworkers and I protested against the Board of Trustees who unethically fired our director, Andrew Foster. In their wrath, the chair and vice chair ordered that we reopen the doors. We said that we would only do so if Andrew was reinstated, which of course they refused. So we refused in turn. The vice chair took down our names, and as we spoke our intentions to resist, then after a quick phone call, the chair told us to get out. From the moment the county and city ignored library policy and replaced a board member with a known Clean Up Alabama follower, and again as more board members resigned in protest, the worse our situation became. CUA is a Moms for Liberty subgroup, which has been dubbed a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Our library had been dealing with book challenges for nearly a year by the time this new board was elected. Almost immediately, they instated extreme anti-LGBTQ policies, much like the ones we're discussing today, in clear violation of intellectual freedom and human rights. Since our terminations, some of my former coworkers have resigned. 9 library professionals and all resigned. This doesn't count those who were terminated. This is unprecedented. Governor Ivey forced Alabama's public libraries' removal from the vital national service, the American Library Association. If we had refused, all of Alabama's libraries would have been defunded. How uncaring do you have to be to defund public libraries over something as childish as hating an institution because of the disinformation surrounding a single person who works there? The Alabama Library Association will be attacked next. If it is indeed next, the first thing that will happen is the removal of accreditation from the University of Alabama's Master's in Library Science degree. To get an accredited MLIS degree, current and future students like me will have to take their tuition money to other states because the UA is one of the only schools in the state that offers this degree. And the ALA is the only accreditor for library science degrees in the nation. And what about the professionals who already hold those degrees? Will they brain drain the state in protest? My former job was the best job I ever had until CUA infiltrated. Alabama's reputation as a regressive state will be fulfilled if these policies are adopted. For clarification, just look at HB 385 going through our legislature right now. We, the librarians, are the professionals, not the board members and politicians who do not know what they are talking about and yet want to politicize everything possible. Listen to your consciences and do what is right. Thank you for listening, and remember, as librarians, we will never support taking away your right to read freely.
Daniel Gaddy.
Hi, I'm Daniel Gaddy. I live in Moody. My son and I patronize our hometown library, but we also patronize the Jefferson County Library Network. I'm here hoping to express my hopes that you, as the board, reject Governor Ivey's proposed code. I feel they're wholly unnecessary, and I think a recent board meeting at the Trustful Library Board is illustrative of that point. A resident there challenged, I believe, 41 book titles, and despite having a policy that those challenges be addressed individually, the library board there took the whole stack of challenges. They looked at each one. They discussed the standards of each one, whether they were appropriate, and they also, and this is my favorite part, they looked at applicable case law to make sure that their decisions would be constitutional. Now that's something I would love to see state lawmakers make a habit of, but I guess that's for a different hearing. So ultimately, the Trustful Board, they decided to keep most of the books, but they did move many of them to the adult section. They also created a special section for children's books that might have some mature content. They did all this in addition to the fact that in Trustful, if you're under 15, your library card is connected to your parents' library card. I feel that, like so many pieces of legislation here in Alabama, Governor Ivey's proposals are a solution to a problem that only exists in the Fox News cinematic universe. And it's a universe where children are hopping on their bikes, like they're in an episode of Stranger Things, and they're running across town to their library and they're checking out smut. And the librarians are happy to give it to them, along with some communist propaganda. And if you are a parent and if you've been to a library, you know that is ridiculous. I'm very lucky to know several librarians, and each one is a deeply professional, caring person who simply wants to connect people with books they love, books that will enrich their lives. And as a taxpayer, as a library patron, and as a parent, I trust those librarians, and all of you should too. Thank you.
Did Miranda Herring have an opportunity to speak? Number 53. Is she in the room? Okay. Dr. Marcia Serpent.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Marcia Sturdivant, and I'm a retired pediatrician. I'm a former director of the Adolescent Health Center at Children's, and I'm also a former professor. I'm retired, 7 years now, at UAB. Today I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. I've lived in Alabama for going on 33 years this September, North Shelby County. The code changes in this administrative code assume that something bad is happening at the libraries and that the code needs to change to protect children, right? Yeah. The code changes are specific in its directives, but muddy in definitions. And I see this as deliberate. Because my suspicion is that this is about sexual orientation, sexual and gender identity, and anti-racism. Not pornography. During my professional career, I provided care for some of the most vulnerable teenagers in our state. And unfortunately, it seems to me that these changes in the code will target vulnerable minors, at the same time while professing to protect them. That's called gaslighting, and I adamantly object to it. I believe fear is at the core of these changes. The governing bodies of Alabama have certainly had a track record in governing from fear. Alabama banned yoga in 1993 until last year because they were afraid of Hinduism. In 2011, Alabama passed a law to track down undocumented people because of the fear of illegals. Just last year, the Alabama Board of Education banned CRT because of the fear of history. And the legislature, true to form, banned divisive concepts and DEI this year due to fear. And fear of people who are different, I believe, has driven these changes in the code. Please stop governing from fear. It's time to put fear aside. Let's work together. Let's learn about each other. Let's openly discuss our differences of opinion, our perspectives, and our lifestyles. Let's make Alabama safer for all of us. That's how we protect our children. Thank you.
Wilson. Hi, my name is Caitlin Wilson, and I'm the former Assistant Director of the Prattville Public Library. I know so many people have already spoken, including former colleagues of mine, and my voice is just part of the crowd. But I want to add my contribution to implore you to please reconsider the proposed changes to the new admin code. Many people are pointing to the library I worked at as the model, the example for these new policies they want to push statewide. Yesterday, the Prattville Library Board Chair Ray Bowles was even quoted saying, "We were working with the state, quietly behind the scenes, trying to get it out." But I need to tell you that these subjective and vague policies left our staff scared, confused, and frustrated. They made us question whether we would be in compliance offering programs, services, and materials directly requested by our patrons who wanted or needed to utilize them. Whether a rainbow on a flyer was okay or a book about penguins. They open library staff up to needing to make decisions which are incredibly subjective. And if they make the wrong choice, the potential to lose their job. This forces librarians into a corner where anything and everything is questionable. There is no merit in a system like this for a library. I need to tell you as a parent that these policies undermine my ability and choice as my son's parent to let my child explore reading as he grows, to find books he loves and enjoys that represent him, expand his worldviews, and not feel confined and restricted and told that books are dangerous, to feel that the library is a refuge where he need not feel limited or judged. I need to tell you as an Alabama resident that I moved to Prattville because I loved that community, because I loved the library where I worked, and because I wanted my son to grow up around it. The policies that the Prattville Library enacted are an embarrassment to the town, and these admin code changes, touted by so many mouths as the extension of what happened in Prattville, would be an embarrassment to the state. Thank you. Rachel.
Alabama. I represent myself. I don't represent anyone else. I'm a graduate level, college educated, heterosexual, married woman. I've been married to my husband for almost 18 years, and we're the proud parents of 3 children, 2 biological, 1 is foster. I'm a follower of the teachings of Jesus, which by definition makes me a Christian. And I'm a registered and active voter in the state of Alabama. While I believe none of these things qualify me, qualify or matter in any way, I need you to know who I am and that when any member, Clean Up Alabama, Moms for Liberty, or your church members are telling you they speak for me, you don't. You don't speak for me. I speak for me. Our oldest son is tested so far above his grade level. When he started kindergarten, the first month of kindergarten at 5 years old, he was reading on the upper second grade level. By the time he was in second grade, he was on an upper sixth grade level. In Autauga County, we have absolutely zero help for anything with our gifted children until the age of third grade. So up until second grade, it was up to me to keep my child. I was incredibly grateful to have our public library help me support my son's education and foster his curiosity. I was able to match his intellect with age-appropriate information, including basic anatomy and the appropriate terms for body parts. These were some of the ways that my husband and myself kept our family safe by educating them and empowering them. As a mother of 3 children, and I have nieces, I have nephews, but the absolute most important thing to me is the protection of my children, of our children. The proposed code changes do absolutely nothing to protect kids, and furthermore can cause irreparable damage to those most marginalized in our community. I didn't know if you knew this, but 47% of those in Alabama that consider themselves LGBTQ have seriously considered suicide last year. 13% of them attempted it. The way that we save our kids is by loving them, not eliminating their stories and their experiences. If we truly claim to care about children, I want to know why Alabama is ranked so low on education, public health care, yada yada. I could go on, but I won't. I'm a Christian. I love Jesus, and I'm tired of anybody using him and parading him as a mascot for hate and judgment. That is not who he is. So I'm going to leave you with his words. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all of your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like it. Love him and hate for hate. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're running a little ahead of schedule. Our next group of speakers, we told them to make sure that they were here by 1:15. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now, and we'll resume around 1:15 or 1:30. Thank you. Around 1:15, we'll start with
They did not make that.
Yes, you do. You're the lunch speaker, and that means better sleep, I think. I hope not. I hope not either.
My name is Christina Garner. I'm from Prattville, Alabama, and I am a co-leader with the Prattville chapter of Read Freely, Alabama. But today I represent the 92% of Alabamians who support limited government, oppose attempts to ban or censor reading materials in public libraries, and believe that individuals should be left alone to choose what reading material is appropriate for themselves and their children. As a resident of Prattville, I witnessed firsthand what happens when extremists hijack the local library board, stacking it with individuals who sympathize with book banning causes because their misinformation campaigns have convinced some people that children are in danger in our public libraries. I've watched these extremists hurl hateful and defamatory accusations, even today, at library staff and board members, calling them groomers and pedophiles simply because they support the rights of all citizens to access reading materials without the undue interference of the government or extremist groups. In recent weeks, 9 of the 17 library professionals in Prattville have been fired or pressured to resign. Those who remain are forced to work alongside unvetted volunteers and newly hired employees affiliated with the very groups that have called them predators for the last year. Our library hours, services, programs, and events have been negatively impacted. Books in both the children's and adult sections have been relocated or completely taken off the shelves. And controversy and bad press have launched Prattville and Alabama into the national spotlight, all because a handful of people took offense to a board book. And in an article published yesterday, we learned directly from the Prattville Library Board chair that all this turmoil came about because someone at the state level quietly approached him to join the local library board and instructed him to quickly and intentionally implement extreme far-right policies so that actors at the state level could use Prattville as a pawn to push through policy changes in the APLS that would seem less extreme by comparison. These actions threatened to undermine the integrity of this process, and they've impacted the livelihoods of nearly a dozen library employees and nearly destroyed our library in the process. There are certainly books in the collection that I wouldn't choose for myself or for my 4-year-old child to read, but that does not give me the right to restrict others from accessing them, and I certainly don't want one minority group's delicate sensibilities to determine what my child and I can read. The crux of the issue is that it's the sole right of a parent to determine what material is appropriate for their child. It is not the right of any other individual or group, and certainly not the right nor the responsibility of a librarian to act in loco parentis. I've never once encountered anything in the library that meets the state's legal definition of obscene materials, even in the adult section. It is essential that you protect the rights of parents and individuals to access information. Intellectual freedom is foundational to democracy. Governor Ivey's proposed changes, much like the extreme policies implemented in Prattville, are dangerously vague, overreaching, and overwhelmingly opposed by Alabamians. However, if you feel that changes are necessary, I urge you to implement the top policy changes proposed by the library professionals that are enumerated in the hundreds of letters you have received. Uphold our rights. Thank you.
We're asking that you state your name for those who are just coming in for the second half of the hearing. And we next have Pamela Kenstar. Excuse me, I'm butchering names today. I only have 4 letters in my name. Sorry.
I'm the Reverend Pamela Kanzager. I'm the ordained minister of the United Church of Christ. I live in Birmingham, and I patronize the main library, the Trustville Library, the Springville Road Library, and many libraries in Jefferson County. I also signed up with Read Freely, Alabama. I take you back to May 1957, Marion, Alabama. My parents, Theodore and Eloise Morris Kanzager, taught at Lincoln High School. Lincoln High School was one of only 2 public black schools in Perry County at the high school level. One of Daddy's students, Cleophas Smith, overheard a plot by the local Ku Klux Klan members to invade our school campus, to torture and kill my daddy, my mommy, my older sister Beverly, and me. Our deaths would send a signal to all that breaking rules of American apartheid, also known with the benign moniker Jim Crow, would not end well, especially if you registered to vote the way my parents did. That would not be tolerated. The local Klansmen, as my mother told me, like to keep their niggers in order. This was not Montgomery, this was America. But thanks to Cleophas and other Lincoln students and faculty, my family was able to flee to New York City, living with other relatives in Queens. Once old enough, my sister and I integrated public schools in New York City, enduring the Northern American apartheid system. They had one too. In 2022, I honored the memories of my immediate family, who were all gone by then, by writing this book, Brown Bear. It's a counting book, it's a learn your color book, and on page 14, I devoted a page to our escape from the crime. 67 years later, I'm back home, hearing in voices promoting AL Administration Code 520, the same tones which called for the extermination of my family. Hearing these voices prompted me to tell my story.
My life informs me the same spirit driving some of these laws, bylaws, new codes, whatever needs to change. It's the same thing denying American history in its entirety. So, Governor Ivey, board members, please don't do it. Please do not misdirect your actions. Please allow my school. I know.
We need to sit down.
I will.
Thank you. Esther Williams.
My name is Esther Williams. I'm from Lee County, and I speak today against Governor Ivey's proposed changes. Let me make this clear. No one wants pornography or sexually explicit material in the children's section of the library. But books with LGBTQ characters are not pornography. I spent 25 years as a teacher and a school guidance counselor. I've been a licensed professional counselor in private practice for the last 23 years. I have counseled young people who are struggling with their sexual orientation and gender identity. This is a difficult process and a struggle to figure out who they are and where they can fit in. I can quote a lot of dire statistics concerning teen suicide and mental health issues, but we're here to talk about these proposals and how they impact children. LGBTQ children and teens are not inherently more prone to suicide risk because they're gay or trans, but because of the mistreatment and stigmatization by society. The good news is that studies have found that when homes and schools are LGBT affirming, these young people have lower rates of attempted suicide and fewer mental health problems. Let's add libraries to this group. Books have long been an effective tool to help LGBTQ youth understand their struggles. Through books, they realize that they're not alone, and they can learn tools to move through difficult situations. When LGBTQ teens see characters like themselves in books, they're more likely to see themselves thriving in the world. Books can give hope. When books with LGBTQ characters are segregated from other books, this sends a message to those young people, again, that they don't belong and they're not acceptable. Segregation has been illegal in schools since 1954. Let's make it illegal in libraries. Children who read books containing gay and trans characters will not become gay or trans. They don't groom. But books with diverse characters can help every child become more caring and compassionate to their diverse peers. They might be less likely to bully or reject their classmates, and that's a really good thing. Those of you who don't want children reading books about gay characters, know that these children will be exposed to gay and trans people. It's just a matter of where and when. There are gay and trans people in every area of life, and they are becoming much more open about their identity. As a therapist, I want you to know that it is much better for you to read a book with your child and discuss it with them than to wait for them to encounter a situation without you, having no awareness or understanding. Save your concern for the real dangers like their cell phones and the internet. We must all model accepting behavior for children and teach them to value everyone, especially those who are different.
Your time's up. Brad Butler.
You got it right first. My name's Brad. I am a lifelong resident of the River Region, Alabama, and I'm currently a resident of Parental. And to be honest with you, I honestly didn't know anything about what was going on in the library up until about 6-7 months ago. I'd been focused on other issues, personal and politically at the national level. But it's become apparent to me that there are a lot of people who are so significantly misguided on what their belief system is, as far as, I think there are a lot of people being led astray by their prosperity preachers and their fascist representatives in this government. You are not teaching the words of Jesus Christ. You believe you are, but let me ask you this. When did Jesus get mad at anybody? When did he go in and start turning over tables? It was in the temple where people were going in and abusing the name of God for personal gain. And that's what a lot of these people are doing, because, see, there's one party that has absolutely no policy to go on in this country. The only thing they can do is create another moral panic like they did back in the 1950s with communism, like they did in the 80s with the moral panic, the satanic panic. They got a lot of people to run back to the churches, put a lot more money in the pot. And I think that's what a lot of y'all are misguided on. All right? When Jesus got mad, he got mad at the people that were abusing the name of his Father. When he asked, what do we do to get into heaven? He said, you feed the children. You don't cut you don't cut food stamps out. He said, when I was sick, you healed me. He didn't say, Medicare, let's get rid of that. Let's turn it over to the scam artists so they can sell their Medicare Part D. And by the way, let's take out books like The Hidden History of Healthcare so that nobody knows that Medicare Part D is a scam. A lot of people make a lot of money off of it in the name of Jesus, too. I've seen that running around in some of our city council meetings. All right? These are the same people that for decades have covered up atrocious sexual abuse in their own congregations. 33 of them from one single denomination in this state were known to have pedophiles on their payroll. They had them preaching. They had them teaching their youth. Stop gaslighting everybody and saying you're out here to protect the youth, because you're not. Take care of people, love people, do your job, watch your own kids. I'll take care of mine. Thank you.
Elizabeth Campbell.
My name is Liz Campbell and I live in Montgomery, Alabama. I implore you to reject the proposed changes to the Alabama Administrative Code. I am against hiding books, banning books, and demonizing and criminalizing librarians. I found out that I could learn about just about anything by reading, but homosexuality when I was growing up was a big dark secret. There were no age-appropriate books on this topic, and yet I had a friend in the 8th grade who I know was gay. He was in a hostile home environment, and I had no language and no tools to help me deal with this. As an adult, I served in the military under the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy. This was isolating, and it was harmful for morale for everybody. Things are better now. Let's not go backwards. There are great books to help people of all ages understand what it means to be gay. Those who do not want to know can simply bypass those books. We live in a society now where gay people can marry, openly join the military, and live true, authentic lives. Teens who are coming of age can read age-appropriate material about these things and get informed about healthy relationships no matter the sexual preference. This is progress. To regress will hurt us all. The military brought me to Montgomery, Alabama for Air Command and Staff College. These courses made me a better citizen and a more informed voter. The drive to defend my country from foreign and domestic enemies continues, and that's why I'm here today. In 2004, I was stationed at Landstuhl, Germany. I witnessed the physical, mental, and spiritual sacrifices our men and women in uniform made, and I made my own sacrifices. Those with war injuries and their families need to know their sacrifices are not in vain, and that's why I'm here today. While in Europe, I toured many war sites in France and Germany. World War II was a great victory for humanity. History in Germany tells us fascism begins with attacks on the LGBTQ community, and that's why I'm here today. If we drive professional librarians out of Alabama, who will help us improve our 44th rank in literacy in the U.S., and who will assist the 15% of Alabama citizens who are functionally illiterate? The idea of playing hide and seek with books, censoring books, and demonizing or criminalizing librarians are the acts of fascists. Please reject the changes to the Alabama Code. Thank you.
Reverend Julie Conrad. Number 64, Reverend Julie. She didn't make it. Okay. Craig Scott.
The amount of fear and fiction this morning has been incredible. Andrew, good to see you. Good to see your staff too. My name is Craig Scott. I'm the library director in Gadsden, and I'm also the president of the Alabama Library Association. I've been involved in libraries my entire career, 47 years. I know my profession. I know my job. So do my fellow librarians in the 225 public libraries that this board represents. Unfortunately, like so many Americans, we're exhausted by the almost constant refrain of angry voices. In our case, the culprits are know-it-alls who actually know nothing about managing a successful public library. Libraries enrich lives. They inspire ideas and they create community. Public libraries exist to serve everyone. The name says it all, public libraries. Everyone is welcome through our doors. This also means a wide variety of books are welcome on our shelves. Agitators say some of our books are vulgar, even pornographic, and that simply isn't true. What is true is that not everything in a library will appeal to everyone, which is okay. But what is most important is that as professionals, we provide something for everyone. We have been ordering and moving books for decades, and no one has complained, until now as we become enmeshed in political theater. Reality is that in Gadsden, patrons are checking out books that they want to read. Children, with the approval of their parents, are borrowing books that interest them. Our 20,800 active cardholders took out 142,000 items last year, saving $4.5 million. This is just one example of how a public library is working. The Alabama Library Association has submitted, and we support the amendments to the proposed APLS code changes, nothing else. The significant majority of written comments received by APLS also asked for these amendments to be included or no changes at all. Every single one of those letters is signed by an Alabama taxpayer. There are also other letters that support code changes, but these are unsigned. Putting it another way, they're fiction. Now, I'd like to close by relating something that happened last Thursday evening as my Gadsden staff was locking up. A car pulled hurriedly into the parking lot. A frazzled mother with two young boys came to the door and desperately asked if her sons could each get a book to help calm them down. One of my CERT team members took the kids to the kids department, and in less than 5 minutes they were happily singing as they left the library with their books. These boys will be lifelong fans of libraries. As APLS board members, you need to see that for yourselves. Therefore, I challenge each member of this board to visit every library that you represent in your district so you can see firsthand what is being accomplished. Only then will you be able to make informed decisions that impact all of Alabama's public libraries. Thank you.
Dolores Adkins.
Hi, my name is Dolores Adkins. I live in Montevallo, Alabama. I have taught school and I'm a retired math teacher with 35 years experience. I'm a voracious reader. I have been since I was in the 2nd grade. I have raised 3 voracious readers with my children, and I have 5 grandchildren who are also voracious readers from the age of 4 to 17. I was given free rein as a child to read anything I wanted because my parents knew that if I had a problem or a question, I was capable of bringing it to them and asking them. And they were very good parents, and they would answer me in the most honest way that they could. My children grew up the same way. They could read anything they wanted. And if they ran across something that they didn't understand, they would bring it to me. And we would discuss it. And it was wonderful because they learned so much about what I thought, what I believed, and what they believed. I was not afraid that somebody was going to give them an idea and they would not talk to me about it. I knew they would, so I could lead them in their thoughts. Now, do they always agree with me? No, but I had enough faith in my own beliefs that I thought they would stand up to anybody else's, and that was right. I'm a big part of the theater in Montevallo. Part of the bill that we have talks about performance. Well, I have some questions. Who gets to decide what's appropriate and what's not? Can I decide for my children what's appropriate, or does somebody else decide? Because my children were in rehearsal for Le Cage à Faux at the age of 5. The only comment they ever made was, "Uncle Russell, why are you wearing high heels?" And he immediately told my son, because that's the part I play. And there was never any other comment. All 3 of my children are straight. I have one lesbian granddaughter. I love her dearly. Do not mess with my granddaughter. But who gets to decide what's right and what's wrong for them? My children decide for their children. I decided for mine. Everybody should have that freedom. Thank you.
Jessica Nicole.
Hello, I'm Jessica Nackery, and I live in Birmingham. I'm in District 6. As an Alabama native, I grew up as part of the lower class in Lower Alabama. There weren't a whole lot of options for my mom with things to do for us, especially during the summer, but the library, the Foley Public Library, was always a sanctuary for us. I fondly remember many summer programs that I attended, and once I learned to read, I fell in love with it, and I begged to spend all my free time in that library. It was like a sanctuary for me, and I quickly ran through all of the books that interested me in the children's section, and was then granted permission by both my parents and the librarians to go to the adult section and begin exploring there. Years later, that love of reading led me to college right here in Montgomery, where I earned both my bachelor's and my master's degrees. Now, I'm a homeowner in Birmingham, and I work full-time for a nonprofit organization. I have 3 children who love to read, and I'm here today to advocate for my children to have the same access to reading materials as I did. As a child, my mother decided what was and was not appropriate reading material for me, in the same way that she decided what I watched and what I learned from the internet. As parents, my husband and I should be granted that same authority and be the only authority that is allowed to deem what is and what is not appropriate for our children to read. Regardless of what material is on the shelf, it is my responsibility to monitor my own children in the library and what they are and are not exposed to. That said, I trust librarians. If given the options for my children to surf the internet or browse the library unaccompanied in an area full of books chosen by local librarians, I would always choose the library. I would always trust the librarians to do what is best for the children in our district. I am not afraid of my children being influenced by your harmful religious ideologies or your wrongful view of the world as black and white, because I teach my children to think for themselves. I teach my children that everyone has an agenda. At home is where we discuss our morals and our hope for humanity and the difference between what is right and wrong. When we allow censorship within our libraries, we are opening the door to a slippery slope of more government control within our homes and our families. For now, it is libraries, but where does it end?
As a teenager, I read far and wide, and because of that, I learned about people with experiences outside of my own. I learned about hope in the midst of hardship, about our shared humanity, and I saw my role within the larger framework of the world. Because of Alabama Public Libraries, I became a reader and an avid lover of books. Because of Alabama Public Libraries and the incredible librarians within them, I hope that my children will do the same. I hope that they learn about religions that are not our own, values we do not share, and lifestyles that seem foreign to us. Thanks.
Michelle Hamrick.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Hamrick, and I'm from District 6. I am a librarian, but today I am here in capacity to represent myself as a library user and as a parent. Thank you for the time you're spending here listening to all of us today. I know that it's starting to run into a long day. There are many layers of the administrative code changes that I wanted to speak about here. I'm grateful that most of what I wanted to say has been eloquently shared by my colleagues and other library supporters. And so I've settled on the topics of good faith and authority. According to the Cato Institute, a conservative think tank, a bad faith argument lacks basic respect for the rights, dignity, or autonomy of the other party. A person engaged in bad faith does not accept the other person as they are, but demands that they change in order to satisfy certain requirements. The suggested new paragraph in the administrative code changes regarding sexually explicit or other material deemed inappropriate for children and youth. Of course, on the face of that, no one would even argue with it. However, in the request for reconsideration at libraries across the state and on marketing materials for certain fringe groups representing a minority, these terms are being used to refer to any representation of people that are LGBTQIA+. Attempting to change the meaning of words to smear a marginalized group is not a good faith argument. I have a problem with phrases like sexually explicit being used to describe books that simply acknowledge the existence and honor the life of a person who also happens to be LGBTQIA. Since time is short, I'll move on to authority. In your decision process, I ask that you reflect on local library boards, parental authority, and personal autonomy. For board authority, it is vitally important that any change made to the APLS administrative code be made in good faith and with respect to the local authority of governing boards and the communities that they serve. As for parental authority, I'm a parent, and as a parent, I would follow Reagan-Nathan's laws. 1 through 3 states that books are for use, every reader has their book, and every book has their reader. But I know Reagan-Nathan would agree with me when I say that not every book is for every reader. We as librarians, we do not have an agenda. That is why I think it's important to push for personal autonomy. No one is forcing anyone to read anything, especially not by librarians. If we could do that, we would not have the problems with literacy in this nation that we see today. We know our communities, and we make books available to people based on their interests and their requests. Lastly, I want to express my appreciation and support for the American Library Association and the Alabama Library Association. It is made up of thousands of professionals that are all working together toward enhancing library service for all people. All people. That means people we don't agree with too, but there's room for all of us at the library. Thank you.
Esther Paul Brazier.
For your time. I'm Paul Brazier. I'm from the Springville area, Trussville area, that kind of area, and I'm not sure what district I am. I don't know that at all. I want to share with you just a couple things from God's Word. One, it says in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created what? Heavens and the earth. He created them. It was good. But He did it with words. That's how He did it. He spoke and there was life. He spoke and there were birds, there were plants, and things grew. And it all came from His words. Words are in a lot of books that are in libraries, and words can be building blocks or words can be things that tear us down. A little bit later on in the scriptures in chapter 1 of John, it said, John starts off talking about the Lord again. He says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. And a little later on, he says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. So not only did God speak, He loved us with His action, and Jesus came and lived a perfect life that none of us could live. None of us can live at all. That's why I like accountability. My denomination backed it, and I backed it, this legislation that passed about holding pastors accountable. I think accountability is a good thing because it helps us to work together and try to stay together and do the right things and not hurt people. And so I'm for that. And so in Acts, Paul says, he says, in him, meaning in Jesus, I live and move and have my being. And you know why that's important? It's because Paul found his life in Christ. When he found his life in Christ, he found that he knew the Lord by his personal name. God's personal name is Yahweh. You know what that means? It means I am. God knows who he is. You know what Jesus means, or Yeshua, or Joshua? You know what that means? It means that Yahweh saves. I am saves. That's what that means. And so God knows who he is, and he wants you to know who you are, and me to know who I am, so that we can live the life that we're called to live, and we live it in forgiveness and in faith. And we have that in Jesus Christ. I want you to know, it's very important. We live in a world today that's dangerous. I sit around, and I'll sit around a lot. We only work one day a week. You know, as preachers, we only work one day a week. That's what I'm told anyway. But I want you to know, I'm the one that has to deal with some things that people don't have to deal with. I'm the one that has to deal with that kid that had Asperger's, and he got caught up in some media, and the media got him stressed out. I'm the one that has to deal with those kids that get confused out there because they don't know the way and the truth and the life that's found in Jesus Christ. They don't know how to live, they don't know what to live, and they're confused because, you can be all these things. And they never learn to embrace the person that God called them to be. You see, Jesus came to give us life and give it abundantly. And he wants everybody to have abundant life. You can't have it any other way. Jesus says, I'm the way to live, I'm the truth to live, and I'm the life. And nobody comes to the Father but through me. And to me, books that turn us from different ways and turn our kids to suicide, I've had to do too many suicide funerals in the last few years, and I'm tired of it. I want you to vote for the Ivy's legislation.
Jackie Nix.
My name is Jackie Nix. I am a Prattville resident, a library patron, an author, and a mother. I have had a front row seat watching the debacle that is the Prattville Public Library. Just yesterday, an article confirmed what we in Prattville had long suspected, that our library was being used as a political pawn by higher-up state actors. The chair of the Prattville Library Board, Ray Bowles, was reported to have worked quietly with the state to put forth what he readily admitted was an extreme and flawed library policy. This is not about this library, it's about the entire state, he said. This policy was created behind closed doors before the library board even had their first official meeting in February. Bowles confirmed that this policy was fast-tracked to align with state timelines. Quote unquote, we were moving real fast on getting it out. The other board didn't realize they screwed up, and when they left, it freed us up to move fast. In light of this revelation, I strongly question the actions of this APLS board. It seems that events were put in motion to lead us here debating administrative code changes that suspiciously mirror the exact wording of the Prattville policy. Despite overwhelming negative response related to these changes, it would seem that what was learned, that the outcome of this meeting and the meeting on May 16th seemed to be preordained. Having been decided in a back room many months ago, I find it appalling that politicians have used my local library as a pawn and willingly destroyed the lives of 9 former library employees just for political points in an election year. Whoever was behind this, you don't get to use Prattville as a sacrificial lamb on your political altar. The threads of this elaborately woven plot are surely unraveling, and you better believe that those responsible at all levels will be exposed. To this board, prove to us that you aren't part of this treachery. Do the right thing. Reject Governor Ivey's proposed admin code changes, or at least adopt the counter-proposal based on the input by professional librarians. Thank you.
Andrew Workfrom. Number Number 72, Andrew. Anna Amador. Amador.
I'm from Jefferson County. Yes, we need policy changes to protect our children. I agree with Governor Ivey that changes to the administrative code are necessary at this hour. I am a mother, I'm a married mother of 6 children. I understand the importance a public library can be for educational purposes. I raised my children in the California Public Library in 1990. The county public library we attended had a closed-in glass room with staff inside for the elementary and junior high groups only. An application was requested by parents to fill out for their children to have access to the room. Educational games and board games, age appropriate, were valuable for them. No sexually explicit or other materials deemed inappropriate was allowed. As I worked on my undergrad homework, my children enjoyed themselves, and I was confident that the material valuable in the children's section was suitable to them. This was California in the 1990s. Libraries matter, they help shape the child's future. In California, I was a K-8 elementary school parent representative in my children's school. I was involved in all aspects of my children's education. I stayed informed with all the new books that were approved by the California Department of Education and placed in the schools and libraries. Public libraries and school libraries have the same books. Around 2017, I began to see the content of books quietly passing into California schools and libraries that had sexual, explicit, and homosexual content. I informed my community, and they said it will not be in my community. In 2019, it came in like a quiet flood, and it was too late because the parents lost control. California is a state on a destructive path. We moved out in 2021. Listen to my warning. Alabama is in danger. I'm sounding the alarm. The red flags are raised high. It's not too late to save Alabama's children and generations. An independent group must be involved in the approval process of all books throughout Alabama. If not, Alabama will see California's fate. Now, ReformCalifornia.org is fighting to save the children from the mind-altering books and parents' rights. I have evaluated a library book called Go Ask Alice. My findings are here. Self-harm, violence, orgies, mother sex trafficking, baby, racism, sex violence, stepfather rapes 11-year-old, glorifies the sex act, hitchhiking, rape, prostitution, drug dealing in elementary schools, junior high and high school, deaths, homicide thoughts, fear, glorifying sex, IV drug use, teaching lying deception, glorifies drugs and drug dealing, drug use, promoting homosexuality, sexual thoughts in school, bullying, promiscuity, pornography, child molestation, and profanity.
Thank you.
And here are my findings for you to have.
Travis Jackson.
Hello, my name is Travis Jackson. I am a concerned Iraq veteran resident in Alabama Senate District 30 or Congressional District 6. I am a huge supporter for Andrew Foster and the other library staff members who face unethical termination. I'm also a traveling Black Lives Matter grassroots organizer for Montgomery and Birmingham. Unapologetically, I am in opposition to these proposed amendments. In the late 1800s, Deep South racial segregation laws banned African Americans from public areas. Regardless of the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson, a Supreme Court case ruling separate but equal, states like Alabama were still excluding African Americans from community libraries. Separate but equal policies will later be overturned due to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These recommended admin changes are identical to separate but equal. One word comes to mind: totalitarian. According to these amendments, librarians will be seen as dangerous, unskilled individuals. In reality, the only community groups with menaces to libraries are those possessing white supremacy values. Clean Up Alabama, Eagle Forum, 1819 News, and Moms for Liberty are not only the influential groups for Christian nationalism. Other devious groups include the Patriot Front, 3 Percenters, and Stormfront. Librarians have always been guardian angels, not social annoyances. I say again, librarians have always been guardian angels, not social annoyances. During my 15-month Iraq tour, I would often visit our base library to relax my mind after completing 12-hour risky missions. As a suicide attempt survivor, I will say libraries are suicide prevention centers. My fear with these admin alterations is their disturbing gateway to racial and gender biases, including more unlawful employment terminations and criminal prosecutions. Due to several DEI programs being outlawed, I wouldn't be surprised if many religious extremists already have hidden agendas to restrict Black, Indigenous, and people of color and people with disabilities from libraries. Just as every American veteran, I fought for every American's freedom to exercise non-Christian faiths, wear gender-neutral clothing and colorful hairstyles, and most of all, check out life-saving library reading materials. In the words of American novelist Mark Twain, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. Thank you for considering my unapologetic opposition. It is 2024, not 1954. Thank you.
Courtney Hutchison, number 75. Susan Stewart.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Stewart. I lived in District 5 for 35 years. This entire process has been an insult to professional librarians. As we've already seen in our time in Parental, many refuse to be treated with such disrespect, and they refuse to operate in a fashion they know to be at odds with professional standards. If, or should I now say when, these code changes are adopted, we will see a similar exodus statewide, especially if HB 385 is passed, unleashing vigilantes on our libraries. And as in Prattville, libraries will end up being staffed in part by people who lack any expertise. If these changes are adopted, our libraries will not be allowed to provide programs and materials for children and young adults that are for and about everybody because a loud minority want them to reflect only their own peculiar views. I can't even imagine what it feels like to expect public libraries, school libraries, and I've seen even bookstores to be responsible for making sure my children had only been exposed to my views. What a small, sad, and scary world to live in. The folks pushing the code changes have tried to focus unsuccessfully on books that include information about sex and reproduction that are already shelved by age appropriateness, and I'm not afraid to defend them. Their favorite book to read from in Madison County, and even here, is actually not even in the children's section. The sex ed book for young adult Let's Talk About It has garnered praise from doctors, mental health professionals, and educators as an antidote to what they're seeing on the internet. It does have drawings and text that talk about sex, consent, relationships, and bodies in a factual, frank, diverse, positive, and decidedly less clinical way than the average sex ed book. My parents' generation was shocked by the increased openness about sex that I grew up with in the 60s and 70s. As one sex educator wrote recently, there's so much more visibility and language nowadays for diverse sexuality and gender identities, and that can feel intimidating to adults today who didn't grow up with that kind of language or that level of openness around identities. Yet, here we are again, contemplating needed banning books because an older minority think they are icky. So-called sexually explicit content is a red herring in any case, a distraction from the real agenda of racing LGBTQ topics and characters, and banning books concerning racism and racial justice. So they shift to dirty books instead to groom us and normalize the practice of censorship. These changes to library code would reinforce the mistaken notion that Alabama is where civil rights and civil liberties come to die. On the contrary, Alabama has been on the front lines of progress for decades. It may be the hardest place to advance or preserve our rights, which is why it matters so much more when we prevail right here. We may very well lose this battle, but First Amendment rights and decency will prevail. And when we look back on this episode, it will be just as another embarrassing chapter in Alabama history. Thank you.
Maggie, register.
Hi all, I'm Maggie Register. I'm a senior at Eufaula High School, about an hour and a half from here in Eufaula. I've gone to Eufaula Carnegie Library since I could barely read. My library card still has my little 6-year-old signature on it. And I'll be a freshman at Harvard University this fall. I am strongly against the adoption of the admin code. I have been to the library nonstop since I was little, and they've always treated me so kindly. And if I had any questions, whether it was about something in a book or something going on at school or anything, I knew that I could talk to the librarians, and I knew more importantly that I could talk to my parents, and I could ask them why some people look different, why some people act different, and that was not harmful. It's opened me up to so many experiences. It's the reason that I was able to apply to Harvard and get in. I wrote so many essays about how I want to go into education and I want to come back and I want to make Alabama better for the people who are coming after me, because I see now the changes that are being made, and I don't think it's fair, and I think it's unsafe for the kids that are younger than me, and they don't have a say in this. They're not old enough to know what's going on, and it's not fair to them that they'll grow up like this. I always grew up bringing home whatever book I wanted, and again, if I had a question, I could ask my mom or my dad or anybody in the library, because I knew they would give me an honest answer and then help me understand things that I didn't have any other capacity to understand. Eufaula has like 10,000 people, and if you want to go to a city, you have to drive an hour either way. I did not grow up with any resources except the library books to learn about other people and other cultures and the things that are so important to make good citizens and good adults. And I know all families and children are not the same, and what was appropriate for me might not be appropriate for your kids. You can tell them that. If your kid brings home a book that you don't agree with, you can take them to the library and take it back and help them pick out something appropriate for them. But it's not fair to restrict something that I want to learn about because you don't think your kid is ready. Or talk through it with your kid. Everybody should have the right to read whatever they want and to help their kids read what they think is appropriate. Some kids might be more susceptible to making bad decisions if they're exposed to substance abuse, or like in the books before, sex or prostitution or whatever. But I know people who have gone through substance abuse and prostitution who've been sold off for drugs. They've experienced so much more than I have. And to me reading that book, it's horrifying. To them reading that is somebody who shared their experience and who tells them that they are not the only person to go through that. And it's unfair to restrict their access to other people's stories because you want to feel more comfortable at your library when you could tell your kids, when you could explain this to your kids in terms they understand. I don't support the admin changes. I have a whole page of things I could say, but I'm running out of time. So I'd like to encourage y'all to please, for the sake of my age group and those younger than me, please do not adopt this admin change. It's harmful for them, and it will be harmful as long as it stays in place. Thank you.
Okay, hands down, please.
It says Brandon. Thank you.
Lisa Whitlow.
And I will say that Rule 4 needs to be amended because most of us have chosen to follow the no clapping, but the silent hand clapping has been allowed to continue. That's right. Mankind is in a spiritual battle. Let me share a few points. In June of 2023, people
group took to the streets to protest the plans of the government to indoctrinate children, to sexually indoctrinate children. The result was the Prime Minister was overthrown, the Minister of Education was overthrown, and George Soros pulled his funding. Why would George Soros pull his funding? Because he is a leader with a global agenda. This is the same global agenda that is the reason the Democrats cannot define woman. In 2011, 2014, and 2015, Barack Obama threatened food sanctions on several countries in Africa because of their policies against homosexuality. Across this nation, some school employees are telling children, come to school in the clothes that mommy and daddy put you in, then when you get here, go to the closet and pick out other clothes. This is coercion, entrapment, and grooming. It's a global agenda. In January of 2024, Montana governor defended the state by saying that Child and Family Services had a legal right to remove a 14-year-old girl from her parents' home, whisk her off to the state of Wyoming, where they had state-approved transition. The parents called it legal kidnapping. They later called it medical kidnapping because she was placed in a hospital where a non-binary staff member talked to the girl about top surgery. This is the removal of breast tissue. FYI, in the world of transition, parents are labeled as the barrier. This is a global agenda to remove children from parents. Kirk Cameron has a series of Christian books for children. He's banned from public libraries and schools in many places. It's a satanic agenda. The god of the Canaanites in the Middle East was Moloch, one of them, one of many. It was a large man-like statue with a bull's head, and they had a pit in the bottom where they built a roaring fire, and then they put children and infants into it. Satan loves confusion and chaos, and he always comes after the children. Concerning the Department of Human Resources, libraries are the employees that are directed to act in a manner that meets the trust of our clients. I vote for Librarians.
Jane Casper Wolf.
Hello, my name is Janelle Casper-Wolf. I live in Huntsville, Alabama. I grew up moving from one small town to another about every 2 years, and though through every move and every small town, the library was my refuge. Now that I'm a mom of a 9-year-old, I love that our library has become a similar refuge and source of joy for him. And it's something that I want for all kids, which is one of the reasons that I've been speaking against the proposed changes to the Alabama Code. I'm worried that if these changes are adopted, they will lead to our libraries being forced to limit the programs and materials available to my child. I heard many people here today say that they speak for children and that they're protecting the children, but they don't speak for me or my child. And in short, I'm in support of our libraries selecting and obtaining books that I might not agree with, like Kirk Cameron's books. But I believe that intellectual freedom is essential to the preservation of a free society, and I'm against changing library policy in a way that tries to use disingenuous arguments about sexual education and books with queer content being pornography to erase stories about the lives of queer people. Often children's materials that supposedly qualify as sexually explicit are largely about gender expression, gender identity, same-sex parents, and even anti-racism. Educational titles such as It's Perfectly Normal, Changing Bodies, Growing Up, Sex, and Sexual Health by Robbie Harris have also been targeted as pornographic despite presenting factual information about puberty in an age-appropriate format. To be clear, I want my kid to read about all kinds of people and experiences so that whoever they meet, they're ready to be a good friend. I want my kid to be able to read about families like ours and families that are different from ours. And when the time comes, I want my kid to be able to find books on comprehensive sex education that a public library should provide. If you cave to a few loud parents who want to ban books, you're taking choices away from families like mine that want these books on the shelf. They shouldn't get to decide what's right for my kid. And if you can't reject the changes wholesale, please adopt the counter proposal offered from the librarians across the state. Thank you very much for your time.
Karen Cooper.
My name is Karen Ballard Cooper. I'm one of the co-leaders of Atauga County Read Freeland. I'm a mother of 2 children who I raised who went to our local library. I'm a retired elementary reading teacher with 27 years experience. And I am a lifelong library patron. In fact, my first distinct memory as a child is of my mother taking me to the beautiful old downtown Birmingham Library to hear Catherine Tucker Wyndham tell her stories of Jeffrey and the Ghost of Alabama. I was just a small child at the time, but I was never as scared of those ghosts, those stories of ghosts and death, as I am of the rule changes that you are proposing. I believe in public libraries and the vast wealth of knowledge they offer to everyone, regardless of background, belief, or income. They are the bedrock of our democracy. I believe that nonfiction teaches truths, and fiction, well written, expands minds. Reading teaches critical thinking and problem solving and compassion. Fictional characters who make poor decisions demonstrate consequences. Their good decisions reinforce moral principles. The books my children read gave us an opening to talk about many issues that may not have otherwise arisen. And I recognize this as a good thing. I wanted my children to face dilemmas in fiction and consider their reaction, rather than to face situations in real life with no preparation. I recognize that librarians are trained professionals who curate the collections in their respective libraries and shelf them appropriately. Libraries have established procedures for challenges in the rare event an item is improperly shelved. The changes proposed by the governor are a solution, and a poor one at that, a solution in search of a problem. They are vague and they hamper librarians from being able to do their jobs effectively. I worry that threatening librarians for recommending inappropriate books without defining inappropriate will hamper even my ability to discover books worth to me, just because someone else may have an entirely different definition of that term. Do not give into this fear of knowledge. Be courageous. The job of the APLS is to defend and support our libraries. Please refuse to accept these proposed administrative changes, or at the very least, amend them as proposed by the Alabama Library Association, so our libraries can continue to be the reliable, free, accessible resource they were intended to be. In all of history, it's never the good guys banning the books. Keep in mind that history has never been kind to the people who arrest librarians and educators doing the job of providing basic information to the public. Please make decisions that reflect all of our state's citizens instead of just a small group who's intent on destroying the library system that we all love. Thank you.
Walt Kozak.
Again, I'm Walt Kozak from Quaker in terms of I'm a retired Air Force colonel and retired director of the national security practice of one of the largest international consulting firms in the world. I mentioned my 45 years in the national security business because I have recognized for some time now the efforts underway in our country and in our state to implement and institutionalize the precepts of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals and the Marxist Manifesto of Karl Marx that both go after our children, our nuclear family, and our God. I'm here to support Governor Ivey's policy initiative, but I also believe it doesn't go far enough to protect our children and grandchildren from exposure to harmful content in the libraries. Therefore, I support additional changes to the administrative code already outlined and submitted via countless letters to you, the board, and to the governor, that 1, provide material selection policies, 2, establish necessary safeguards that protect and prevent exposure of minors to harmful content. 3, remove books deemed harmful or not meeting community standards. 4, prohibit the expenditure of public funds for anything having to do with querying the library or having a radical catalog of content and material. 5, taking age into account for access and availability to harmful content. And 6, clearly specify the types of harmful content that Rules for Radicals in the Marxist Manifesto promote. In Rules for Radicals, 2 of the 8 levels of controls Alinsky said must be obtained involve education and religion. Specifically, he said those who have been implementing this have been influencing and trying to control what people, especially children, read and listen to, and what children have access to in libraries and schools. They have also been removing God and belief in God from our culture, our schools, and our government. We all see it, and you know we do. Karl Marx wrote in his Marxist manifesto that communists, quote, from his manifesto, rescued children's education from the influence of the ruling class, and the nuclear family was an obstacle in doing so. Marx sought and argued for the destruction of the nuclear family. So those who support this ideology have gradually embedded libraries and school curriculum with content and materials that support these intentions. And if you don't know, go look. This is the big picture. Y'all been in the weeds. A lot of you have been in the weeds, but you need to look at the big picture, what's happening to our state and to our country. By positively addressing the policies we are discussing today and adding the recommended changes to the administrative code, we are taking an important step in protecting our children. We're living in the Bible Belt.
You need to step down, sir.
We need boundaries.
Kathy Jones.
You know, things happen for a reason. I was thinking, number 84, man, this has been a long time, and there's been a lot of people who have showed up and expressed their beliefs, and speaking to the whole audience, not just to the pool. And my name is Kathy Jones, and I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Alabama. And I first wanted to say that, you know, we believe in democracy. We believe in the First Amendment of the Constitution, and we believe that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. And that applies to Alabama too. The United States Supreme Court affirmed that the freedom of speech and of the press would be meaningless without the right to distribute ideas and literature. And moreover, citizens, even minors, have the right to receive information and ideas. And the League knows that knowledge enables citizens to effectively participate in their government. And as the founding father, James Madison, wrote, knowledge will forever govern ignorance. And a people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives. And so therefore, the League supports librarians and the public libraries in their mission to support access to information, even when the information is controversial. And before I go on, I wanted to point out this has been a really hard legislative session. While we're over here, the legislature's in the last 4 days, and it's been a hard session. There's been a lot of really bad legislation that's passed. And there may be some more this week too. So I wanted to mention what's happening here. All issues are voting issues. What you're hearing today, never forget that the only way to make long-lasting change in Alabama is to keep a sustained civic engagement, holding your elected and appointed leaders accountable, and connecting the issues that you care about to voting. Also, those issues are things like libraries, book bans, teaching true histories, making sure that your children can learn empathy and caring for others, We want to battle against censorship and attacks on educators. And we want to especially fight back against attacks on diversity, inclusion, and equity. And all of this could be solved if we could just show up and make sure that your friends and your families, everyone, shows up and votes at every election. Because it's not just this year, it's 2 years from now. It's your city elections, it's your state elections, it's your federal election. But that's the only way to make change. Coming here is important, voting is important, showing up, holding your leaders accountable, which I want to thank every one of you for being here today. And I'll let the rest of my comments off. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Corbus.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm a military spouse and homeschooling mom. My husband has fought for this democracy for years as an active duty service member. That same democracy that my husband swore to protect is now being infringed upon here at home. No group has the right to impose their concept of morality onto others in a democracy. Is this indeed a democracy? I have found myself asking this more and more frequently recently. Does a democratic society subvert democratic process? All the letters sent in, all the write-ins held, only for our legislators to write these same proposed APLS code changes into the budget? Is it democratic to count 400 unsigned Clean Up Alabama letters in the tally of support for Ivy's proposed policy changes? Again, unsigned letters. Do those participating in democracy say, we were working with the state quietly behind the scenes, as Ray Bowles, Prattville's library board chair, said last week? And does a democratic state secretly search for a library board who will adopt a really far-right policy so the state can come in and move policy towards the middle, as Ray Bowles said? This negotiation tactic is known as anchoring and concession and means the Prattville Library adopted extreme policies to provide a starting point. The state then leverages this to appear moderate while implementing extreme measures. Bowles openly said that he worked with the state for Prattville to adopt extremist rules, paving the way for state policies to seem more reasonable. These clandestine operations are not democratic. There are many sinister forces at play here. If this is about protecting children, then I can assure you that removing books about sex ed does not protect kids from abuse. Giving kids the anatomically correct words to describe sexual abuse happening to them does. When a child can express what's happening to them in clear terms, it becomes harder to be silenced by predators. Shielding them from knowledge about their bodies and relationships doesn't shield them from harm, it leaves them vulnerable. And it's not protection of our children they seek, it's power. This is really about control. It's about controlling people's bodies, it's about shaming those with different identities, and it's about keeping people ignorant. Let us not forget the true essence of democracy, of openness, of transparency, of accountability. So I ask you, the APLS board, have you come to this democratic process in good faith, or is this a sham? Given the overwhelming opposition to Governor Ivy's proposed code changes, accepting the changes without revision would tell all of us in Alabama otherwise. Thank you.
Sarah Sanchez.
My name is Sarah Sanchez, and I live in Prattville. I'm one of the dreaded parents who is concerned about the content of our books, and I'm not going to. It's not my job today to defend my own reputation that I actually have a brain and brought some critical thinking skills to this issue. I'm going to set that aside for now, but I do. I would like to share that there are ways we can look at this issue that still protect the rights of adults, but also protect minors. A good book can take you anywhere, and it can allow you to experience almost anything. Usually we think of this fact as a positive aspect of reading, but But in the current situation with what books are available to children under 18 in our libraries, this fact should terrify us, and I'm not talking about sex ed books. As vigilant parents, we take steps to protect our children from people who could potentially harm them. We teach them about appropriate relationships and appropriate interactions. We monitor their phones and their social media accounts. We keep track of who they're hanging out with and where they're going. Why should we not want to be vigilant about the reading material that is purchased with our tax dollars that is available to them? And again, I'm not talking about sex ed books. Any child with a library card can currently check out a book called Boy Toy by Barry Liga at the Montgomery City County Public Library, where it's shelved in the young adult section. And reading this book would give the child the experience of being molested by a teacher at the age of 12 years old. Now, is this story a story that should be told, perhaps? Should we know about these things going on? Yes, but should our 12-year-old children, this book is rated as 12 and up by the publisher, should they have explicit details of that act, of the child being groomed and the acts performed on it by that teacher? I think not. Any child with a library card can also check out Tricks by Ellen Hopkins from the Montgomery Library, and they will experience what it feels like to be sodomized by someone explicitly. It does deal with issues that many teens are facing today, but it does in explicit, graphic detail that leaves nothing to the imagination. This is rated for age 14 and up, and it is shelved in the young adult section. Finally, a lot of what we're dealing with today could have been avoided if, years ago, the Library Bill of Rights had been properly formulated to distinguish between children and adults. And so I'd like to leave this article from a library professional on suggestions that, of how children do have different rights than adults when it comes to First Amendment. They are worthy of our protections. We can do this reasonably, and we support the policy that Ivy has put forward with the amendments that were mentioned before. Thank you very much.
Dave Greenwald.
Thank you to the APLS board for taking this opportunity for us to express our views today. I'm a Parental resident. Thank you for the proposed rule changes for our libraries.
Excuse me, sir.
Are we taking my time already?
No.
Yes, it's on. The clock is on. So give me 5 or 10 more seconds. Thank you for the proposed rule changes for our libraries. They give impetus and underline the need for protecting our children from sexually explicit materials. I believe it's an overdue step, but one that's in the right direction. Thank you. I do not think they go far enough. I believe there are other changes other dangers beyond explicit materials. Regardless of age appropriateness, there are ideologies that are inherently dangerous from which our children should be guarded. I mentioned 2. Transgender ideology. Introducing the idea to a child that they could change their gender or that such changes are possible and normal. No, such changes are not possible. A boy can never become a girl, nor vice versa. Media proposing such ideologies are false propaganda and should be treated as such. To attempt such changes through surgery or heavy hormone treatments amounts to abuse, and they are destructive to the mental and physical health of our children. Transgender persons have far greater rates of suicide and depression. With care and compassion, we should protect others from this same fate and this type of abuse. Number 2, same-sex relations. Any media that would promote the idea in the minds of our children that same-sex partnering and sexual activity are normal should be prohibited. This is not normal. To normalize such relations and activities is a goal that's being pushed on us from all sides. Same-sex relations are dangerous for many reasons. Let's just focus on one. Anal intercourse, sodomy. Same-sex males predominantly engage in anal intercourse. Though the medical community has long since been bludgeoned into silence about the inherent dangers, let me highlight a few. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, anal sex is the highest risk sexual behavior for HIV transmission. Why? The human alimentary canal is full of bacteria for digestion. severe and dangerous infections can develop. The rectum is designed for the elimination of septic waste. It's not a safe environment for sexual penetration, even with a condom. Rectal abrasion and tearing. The walls of the vagina are designed for intercourse. They're thick and naturally exude lubricant. The rectum, on the other hand, is thin, membranous, and subject to tearing. It does not have any natural lubrication. In short, anal intercourse is abusive and dangerous for both partners. Don't introduce this idea to my children or my grandchildren. Detractors say this amounts to censorship. I think we all agree that restricting or limiting information is sometimes appropriate. Imagine if we're living in an Afghan village surrounded by a minefield, and someone builds a colorful child's playground in the center of the minefields and starts distributing flyers around the village trying to entice children to come there. Would restricting this information be appropriate? Of course not. I have 5 more seconds. In the same way, I believe our children should be protected from sexually explicit materials and those that produce same-sex and transgender ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Fields.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Fields, and I'm a public school teacher from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today in defense of public libraries. I've called Tuscaloosa home for close to 20 years now, but I grew up about an hour west of there in a small town by the name of Millport. As a child growing up in a rural southern town, the public library was an oasis in the desert, a lighthouse on the shore, a safe harbor to ride out a storm. My summers were spent devouring the classics of any childhood. Encyclopedia Brown, Nancy Drew, the Babysitter's Club, the Boxcar Children. The public library allowed me to escape to other worlds. I met characters who made an indelible mark on me, a mark so deep and long-lasting that I introduced my students to those characters each and every year. My students and I recently finished reading the novel Because of Winn-Dixie by Katie Camillo. If you're not familiar with this story, the main character, Opal, moves to a new town where she struggles to make new friends. One day, Opal and her dog, Winn-Dixie, wandered into the Herman W. Block Memorial Library where she meets Miss Franny, the librarian, and consequently makes her first friend. Katie Camillo said, "Stories are light. Light is precious in a world so dark." I told my students where I was coming today and my purpose for this trip, and I asked them to tell me why they think we need public libraries. Many of them wrote something along the lines of, "We need libraries to help people read." But my favorite response was from a student who said, "So there's a book for everyone." The public library has been there for me through every phase of my life. From a young reader with an insatiable appetite for great stories, to now, a veteran teacher who takes full advantage of the myriad resources my public library offers. I tutor to help supplement my paltry teacher salary, and the public library provides a free, climate-controlled space for me to do this. My clients and I have access to free Wi-Fi, the computer lab, printers, copiers, restrooms. The library is so much more than just books. In fact, I visited the library to print this speech off today because I'm a millennial and doesn't own a printer. I don't have the time it would take for me to stand up here and read off the litany of services my public library offers. Summer reading programs, field trip opportunities, adult programs, movie clubs, jigsaw puzzle swaps, local author events, cultural events, trivia nights, Taylor Swift release parties, book clubs, a yarn library, ebooks, the bookmobile. I could go on and on and on. I joked to a friend recently that my public library is my Cheers. It's a place that I go where almost everybody knows my name. And that sense of belonging and community are priceless. The public library doesn't discriminate, doesn't care if you're radical this, liberal that. It's not going to turn you away, whether you believe in God, Yahweh, whatever. It just welcomes you with a smile. And I'm thankful for that. Thank you.
Elizabeth Williams.
My name is Elizabeth Williams. I'm from District 1. I'm a mother and I have a master's in library and information science.
I'm here to voice my support for the counter proposal put together by the Alabama Library Association. There have been a lot of statements made today, and some of them more colorful than others, but I have not seen a lot of focus on policy, so I'm going to dive in and get wonkish. I'd like to echo the previous speakers who said that the changes to the APLS code are not necessary, that they're a solution looking for a problem. They are. Librarians already take age and interest into account when cataloging and shelving books. I studied the cataloger, I can tell you that for a fact. But as a librarian, one proposed change really jumped out at me as being especially problematic. That's the part requiring advance approval of materials recommended, displayed, or otherwise actively promoted to children and youth. While the adoption of display policies is certainly appropriate, it's the recommending piece that I take issue with. It is a central part of a librarian's job to provide recommendations to patrons who request them, and requiring them to seek advance approval before recommending or promoting any material to their patrons who happen to be young people would interfere with the ability of trained library personnel to carry out one of their core duties. Such a requirement is completely impractical and adds unnecessary governmental oversight that's an undue burden to local libraries. In short, it's completely silly. The part about requiring ALA expenditures to be pre-approved is silly too, but as Andrew already spoke to that earlier, I don't want to be redundant. So instead, I'm going to use the rest of my time to clarify misinformation and state facts. So first, I want to clear one thing up. Librarians are not hiding these books in the children's section in some nefarious plot to turn the preschooler trans. That's just not happening. They're putting them there for parents like me who want to teach our children about the world they live in and the people they may encounter in it. Having books available as part of a well-rounded collection is not indoctrination. It's collection development. I've yet to see a public library issue a required reading list to the public. If you don't want to read it, you don't have to. The public library is for everyone. No, it cannot contain every book in the world, but it should contain a diversity of viewpoints reflecting the diversity of the community it serves. Ooh, I've got a little more time than I thought. So fact, there's nothing in the public library that meets the legal definition of obscenity or harmful to minors. To meet that definition, the work taken as a whole has to lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. If there are books like that in the collection, by all means take them out. They don't belong to be there. But just because there are some cuss words or a paragraph you don't like, doesn't mean it's smut. There are parts of the Bible that aren't appropriate for children, parts that I wouldn't want my own 6-year-old to read. But that doesn't mean the Bible doesn't have any value. I think that's something we can actually all agree on. Fact, moving children's books to the adult section is a form of censorship. A board book about inclusive pronouns or gay penguins does not belong in the adult section. Fact, removing books from the library is called banning. If you get banned from Walmart, you're not banned from the U.S.
Lynn? No.
Oh,
okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I'm Lynn Holtz. I'm from Mobile. And I am a follower of Jesus Christ. This nation was founded under biblical moral value. We now become an evil nation in the name of exception and being a good human. The question is what to do. What do you know about good? The answer is in the Bible, God's holy word, Isaiah 55:20. Woe to those who call good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Judgment is coming to those who are wise in their own eye and clever in their own sight. Matthew 18:5-7 say, anyone who embraces a little child like this is in my name, welcome me. But what if someone calls one of these little ones who believe in me to sin? If they do, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and drown at the bottom of the sea. We need to repent as a nation for God. Repent, for the kingdom of God is near. Matthew 3:2. That's what it says. Repent, for the kingdom of God is near. And this book right here is perfectly normal. The book you so-called is an education. Our children is a bunch of garbage. It's a hardcore porn. It robbed our children of their innocence. We no longer can be silent. So don't mess with our children. You do not reject me. You reject the authority, the word of God. The absence of truth is lie. The absence of life is truth. Again, don't mess with our children. And the word of segregation, racial, black and white, prejudice, we are all God's children, for God's sake. You be fighting for the children. And that's what the problem is. We are divided as a nation. If we are united, we'll stand. Divided, we will fall. And you are not each other's enemy. God loves all his children, and he don't want you to go to hell, because hell is forever. This life is just temporary. Satan is your enemy, the enemy of confusion. There's only two genders, male and female. That's how I was made. When I die, you can, after a year, just dig me up. My DNA is still a female. And if you are a male, you're still a male. Your DNA is still a male. And thank you very much. Have a good day.
George Trotter. Number 91, George Trotter. HMCH Wayne, W-A-N-E. Well, I think it's their email address. I don't know. I think they haven't responded. Don't you want?
Here you go.
Hey, I'm Southern. What can I say? Gail Walton.
Hello, I'm Gail Walton from Mobile, Alabama. And yes, Governor Ivey, I agree with your concern that libraries now fail to support parents in their protection of the children from inappropriate content. What sensible policies should libraries enact? Well, it would seem to be, can they label the offensive children's materials? The answer is no. Can they move the unapproved children's material to the adult section? No. Can they honor the parents' rights to guide their children by making a parent top shelf in the children's section for parent and child relationships? No. Can they notify parents as to what books that the children have checked out via technology? No. Can they change the policy to include conservative review companies? No. Why? Because the ALA has it all sewn up into a nice tight ball that you cannot penetrate. They've got it all worked out. They will shame and isolate conservative parents by calling them book banners or accusing them of censorship. Well, I would like to ask, who are the real book banners here? And who is advocating censorship? because I've looked through the policy, and it seems every book that I've recommended by a conservative person like Abigail Schreier or Jordan Peterson, James Lindsay, Dr. Miriam Grossman, any of these books have been, no, they haven't been reviewed by the review companies that we only accept. Well, these are ALA approved book reviewers. I think it's some kind of a scam or something, because the publishing houses want to sell books. They want to make money. And they've got their reviewers all lined up, and the ALA gives awards for this book, and the reviewers make it sound so wonderful. Well, can we stop the censorship? Yes, it's a racket. They're trying to get out with the old.
Thank you. Christine Carr. Christine Carr. Catherine Holloway. Debbie King.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it. My name is Debbie King, and I'm a concerned citizen. I'm also a retired physical therapist living in Trustful. I chose my profession because I care about people and I want to help them. I hear and see people today who are hurting for various reasons. That hurts my heart because I am a Christian, and our Lord Jesus tells us to love the Lord Jesus with all our heart, with all our mind, with all our soul, and love others as myself. I do that to the best of my ability with God's help. God has given me 2 children and 6 grandchildren. I love them too. That's why I'm here. I am in favor of making changes to present library policies. I appreciate Governor Ivey and what she's doing. You've heard and seen the types of books being allowed in the children's section of the library. When I became aware of those sexually explicit wording, pictures, the obscene profanity, and the promotion of transgender ideology in these books, I was horrified. A book called The Hate You Give used profanity 459 times. It took the Lord's name in vain 15 times. This is unacceptable. Other books depicting bestiality, sexual assault, speaking of drug abuse, and how to perform sexual acts are definitely inappropriate for young minds. When young people hear these things, they remember them. Prior to reading these excerpts from these books, I found the library to be a safe and enjoyable environment where my family could experience the joy of learning and reading. I felt comfortable allowing them to choose a book off the children's shelf or play at various stations nearby while I chose books for them as well. I no longer feel that is possible unless necessary safeguards are implemented to protect the minds of minors. I am in favor of issuing a minor's library card which is restricted and does not allow that minor to check out adult material. This is not banning books. It's no different than present laws we have which prohibit underage minors from smoking, drinking, or attending adult movies with sexual content. Parents are advised to keep firearms away from their children, which makes perfect sense. Though the guns are necessary in today's world for protection, they should not allow children unlimited access to them without parental supervision. Would you give your car keys to a 6-year-old child? Boundaries are essential for safety. According to an article from Psychology Today, Deborah Yerlin Todd, a neuroscientist at Harvard Brain Imaging Center, is quoted as saying that the frontal lobes of the brain responsible for high-level reasoning and decision-making aren't mature until the early 20s. Tim Elmore, author of the article itself, states students today are consuming information they aren't ready to handle. Their will and emotions are not prepared to act on it in a healthy way. I say this to support why aid should be taken.
Thank you. Becky Garrettson.
I have a question.
Becky? Daniel, Tracy Daniel? Leslie Johnson?
My name is Leslie Johnson. I'm from the District 6 area. As we near the end of this hearing, first of all, thank the committee here for allowing us to voice our concerns in protecting the innocence of our children. I know it's been a long day for all of us. Let me start off by saying Governor Ivey was correct in her assessment that changes must be made to our state libraries. I grew up going to libraries as a child. One of you referenced the Birmingham Public Library. It was a beautiful place. My parents took us. I also took my 3 sons to the local libraries. They're all avid readers. But the pornographic material that is now available in our libraries is harmful to the children and to society in general. Scientific data through MRIs revealed delayed and underdevelopment in the frontal lobes of the brain in children exposed to pornography. Porn consumption controls the chemistry of the brain, where children don't have the ability for judgment and they behave impulsively. The truth of the matter is, pornography is the fuel that supports sex trafficking in this country. The United States is the #1 producer of and consumer of porn. We have 8-year-olds on school buses now engaging in and filming sex acts. The bus drivers are having to stop and break them up. When we get to this point in society, we are in crisis mode. This is not a power political move on anyone's part. It is an attempt as citizens to fight against evil. If pornography is against the law, why do we have these books not only promoting, but celebrating perverted behaviors in our libraries for our children to access? In addition, there's really not a fear in our pursuits to eliminate this evil from our libraries. The fear is actually a healthy fear. If you rob a bank, you have the fear of going to prison. If you murder, the same. Real wisdom comes from the fear of the Lord. Our call is to fight evil and not remain passive in normalizing perverted behaviors. Those wanting to protect our children are not extremists. We want the truth, but there's only one truth, and it comes from the Creator of the universe. In sincerity, let me mention those of you that have been through abuse or have marginalized family members. I'm sorry for that. But don't become bitter, get better. The Lord is a healing God, a God of love. I want to promote again Taya's recommendation.
Tony Robinson.
Tony Robinson, 9 children, Shelby County. Over 100 years ago, former federal agent, U.S. Postal Inspector Anthony Comstock, a predecessor of mine, successfully reclaimed libraries from pornography and immoral literature. This was before law schools began teaching legal positivism that has no anchor to an absolute moral standard. Government may discover, but not create moral values. To determine what is good for society rests upon the unspoken premise that society is good, which depends upon morality originating from beyond society. You won't find moral value in a math equation, formula, experiment, or consensus. As the signers of the Declaration of Independence understood, right and wrong are religious concepts, and they pointed to their Creator. A federal law against indecent use of U.S. mail, the Comstock Act, continued the war against all moral perversion until evil shrouded in black robes issued the opinion that objectification and exploitation of women is okay, as long as it's called free speech. But absolute moral values are self-enforcing, even when ruled against. That self-righteous standard, calling something evil good, gave rise to countless broken homes, sexually transmitted diseases, rapes, and the need for a movie called The Sound of Freedom due to addictive perversions that were born out of curiosity. This panel enforces criteria for library officials, and it looks for credentials. However, librarian credentials are not a substitute for moral discernment, which your selection rules omit. From a library in an Arkansas courthouse basement, Director Nancy Pack embraced the belief that libraries are places to learn, explore, and examine your curiosities. However, some curiosities are best discouraged when they undermine wholesomeness. Like our founding fathers, I would not ask civil government to decide if baptism should be by immersion, sprinkling, or not at all. But I do insist that government enforce timeless moral standards that strengthen nuclear families, which are the building blocks of the state of Alabama. Of course, books and other things containing sexually perverted material should not be attainable to inflame curiosities of children. But Inspector Comstock would quickly add that pornographic items created to entrench perversion in the minds of male or female citizens of any age should not be granted a safe haven at all, because such ultimately erodes social morals and the good of the society. Many sexually perverted books found safe harbor over the past 9 years under Director Pack's oversight, as well as under one of the board of members' watchful eye. Governor Ivey would not have issued her letter if our libraries were managing themselves without moral compromise. You fear harm to the body, you're the one that can destroy body and soul in hell.
Hey. Rick Vincent.
When you get to the end of the day, by the way, I'm Rick Vincent, I'm from Warrior, Alabama. I'm a pastor. When you get to the end of the day, you've pretty much heard everything, haven't you? And I've come to the conclusion that I haven't heard anybody here say that they are against libraries. No one has said they are against libraries. What I have heard is people that are concerned about children. And that's where our concern is. What about the children? My feelings, your feelings, shouldn't matter. We're adults. We make our own choices. Children don't have that opportunity. They look to adults for leadership, for right and for wrong. And would you believe that even if you want to reject what I'm about to say, that's okay with me. I'll wake up in the morning and I'll go on my way and have a good day. I'll finish my day with a good day. Because what happens here only matters with what we do for children. And that's the reason I drove from north of Birmingham to come here today. 48 years ago, I answered the call for ministry. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would need to attend a meeting to protect children from pornography in the United States of America. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that that would ever have to be the role of a pastor, to protect children from pornography in a public institution. Now, so our problem comes to, well, what do you describe as pornography? Maybe it's the definition. Maybe, your definition of pornography is different from mine. That may be true. But our children don't know those differences. So they take what you give them. They take what's offered to them. Here we are. I'm not ashamed of my Savior, Jesus Christ. I am not ashamed of the gospel nor the name of Jesus. I'll gladly stand up and preach the gospel every day. I go into the streets of Birmingham and I have witnessed, and us and another team are rescuing women from sex trafficking every Monday afternoon. I've seen it. My wife was a subject of abuse from the age of 3 years old till she was 16 years old. She suffered mental and emotional health crisis day after day after day until God delivered her in 2012. It's real, and it's caused by sexual abuse.
Thank you.
I didn't even get to it, but that's okay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we ran ahead of schedule a little bit. It was raining outside pretty heavily. We're going to take a 15-minute break and then come back and see if any of these people have gotten to the hearing. If they haven't, within the next 15 minutes, we will conclude this as our hearing. But I've heard the rain coming on the building, and if they were driving, those conditions were pretty bad. So we will take a 15-minute break and then come back at, what time is it? We'll come back at 3:30 and see if we have any more people.
So do you want me to change Well, then I'll change it.
I don't know. Because you're at that age.
All right, folks, if we'll sit down, we're going to run through the names in Group 5 and in Group 6 that possibly have appeared. George Trotter. Kelly Oliver. Christine Carr. Catherine Holloway. Becky Gertison. Tracy Daniel. Here. And come take the mic, please. You'll need to identify yourself and right over here.
Hi, my name is Tracy Daniel. I'm a resident of Montgomery. I'm here today because I grew up in the town of with fewer than 2,000 residents. And it was the library that enabled me to be exposed to the larger world through reading. And I want kids today to have the same amount of access that I had growing up. I read the proposed rule amendments and submitted written comments, which I will summarize. To me, the amendments to Rule 2F, which are numbers 11 and 12, are redundant to Rule 2F, number 2F6, which covers material selection policies. Libraries already have processes in place to determine the selection and placement of age-appropriate materials for children and youth. And then I'll briefly touch on the public notice and approval requirements regarding expenditures of public funds to the American Library Association. I was in nonprofits for over 30 years, and national professional associations were a godsend to me because I was, for a long time, the only person doing my job in the state of Alabama. And that's where I learned things that there were no resources in Alabama for. And besides, they're simply impractical. I assume a lot of these expenditures cover things like continuing education and conferences. And if you've ever gone to conferences, you know that you sign up several months in advance before you even really know what the complete agenda is. You usually don't get that until about 6 weeks before. And if you don't sign up way in advance, then you miss out on good airfares and early bird registration fees. So this requirement, not only would it be onerous, it would end up actually costing more money than anything it would save. And then finally, I've heard a lot recently about parents' rights to know what children are reading. With that right comes the responsibility of parents to monitor what their children are reading and make sure it conforms to their own beliefs. However, I was going to say, sorry, it's not their right to do.
Okay, that's okay. You had to be quiet. That was Tracy Daniel. We'll run through these again. Lisa Whitlow.
I've already spoken.
Okay, you've spoken. Okay, excuse me.
78.
Okay, got it. George Trotter. HMCHWANE. Kelly Oliver. Christine Carr. Catherine Holloway. Is there anybody else in here who signed up who missed this morning? Then we are declaring our hearing finished. Thank you for your time. Thank you for attending and following our procedures. And we'll let you know the outcome. Said that it's on her way out.